To introduce the place. Welcome, Mheshimiwa. First of all, I want us to introduce the place that we'll be using. We are in Serena Hotel. If you need to use the washrooms, you can get just right outside. On the right side, on the left side, we have our washrooms. And for those maybe who don't really understand clearly, 我就是在介绍一下我们今天的洗手间。如果你到我们的大厅的外面，你去右边、左边都有洗手间。欢迎我们的中国游客，欢迎光临。You should have said that my Chinese is not so bad. I know I'm not the best, but I mean, all right, again. Welcome, Mheshimiwa from Kisumu. Karibu sana. We are glad to have you here. Today, I also want, I know most of you would like to use your Wi-Fi and your phones, so I want to see and to show you how you're going to get into your Wi-Fi. And for that matter, you're going to your internet browser. You're going to click Serena Hotel Wi-Fi. On the login page, you're going to select the second option, and then you're going to fill your surname, name, and email. Are we together? Then click accept. Just in case you need to use a Wi-Fi, we could not have this enough for everybody, but you can go to your browser. First of all, you open your Wi-Fi, go to your browser, select Serena Hotels Wi-Fi. On the login page, go to second option, then fill in your name, surname, email, click accept, and you'll be logged in. All right, guys, welcome once again to Kenya-China African relations, and I want to have a brief introduction of today. As you can see from our theme here, we are having the alumni as a bridge for better Kenya-China relations. Now, our theme today is celebrating 40 years of Chinese government scholarship. Most of us might be asking how comes we are celebrating 40 years of Chinese government scholarship. Because most of us went to China in the year 2000 up to 2019. But I want to tell you that Kenya-China, or rather Chinese government and other institutions scholarship, started in 1982. And this is where the 10 pioneers from Kenya went to China. That included the likes of Engineer Joseph. Engineer Joseph, where are you? Engineer Joseph, let us give him a clap. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. So that included the likes of Engineer Joseph Maritim, who was among the 10 pioneers to go to China. Most of us have been asking, 1982, yes, I know most of us maybe were not born. I personally was born, I don't know, I'm not sure. But the essence of Kenya-China relationship and this kind of alumni is basically to create networking and connection. So this year we don't want to do it just the way we have done it in the previous years, by just coming here, listening to speeches, and we are not part and parcel of Kenya-China Alumni Association. And for that reason, I'm going to give you an opportunity of free time, that is 2 to 3 minutes, to get to know who is seated next to you on the right, to get to know who is seated next to you on the left, and then from there, I'll give you an opportunity to go ahead and know what they do. After that, if you feel it's relevant, you're going to ask for their contact or receive their card. If you feel it's not relevant, I'm going to give you another third opportunities, but I hope it will be relevant. However, if your neighbor goes to the third person, it doesn't mean that you're not relevant, but it means they need more network. Can we do that? Is it okay? So guys, you have free 3 minutes, starts now. 所以说我们中国的游客啊，我们今天来介绍一下。我们今天要认识好几个人，那么我们今天给你们机会来认识2个3个人，你认识他们一般做的生意是哪一个，你也可以给他们你的名片。那样的话，我们就不是来这里为了谈，也是为了做好，我们就发展我们的关系，好不好？我说的中文你们能听懂吗？如果听不懂，你就来说一下，好吧 ？Okay, thank you. Pardon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first person is over. We go to the next person now. The second person. And I'm surprised that I'm not seeing you exchange cards. Neither am I seeing you get those phone contacts, apart from that table on the left. Thank you, ladies. So. James Gibbon. Good morning once again. So today we are using Kenyan timing. 今天我们来用肯尼亚的时间。那么我们的2分钟还没有没了。OK, I know it's 我知道我们已经花了10分钟，但是我们来肯尼亚的时间说已经花了2分钟，明白吗 ？Yeah. So timing, we have not spent our time. I want to still request you to move from where you are seated and look for another person. That one will have to happen. Everybody will have to change because the essence of this activity is all about doing networking. Is it okay? Okay. So, okay. So, did you do that? I was looking away. So just wake up, change the table, change the position, and that is it. And where you're going to change, 1 more minute, get the contact, know what they are doing, and that is it. And as we welcome our Chinese to Kenya Ambassador, His Excellency, Dr. Zhou Pinjian. Huan Yin, we welcome him with a clap. Thank you, sir. He is a Chinese to Kenya Ambassador, Dr. Zhou Pinjian. He is welcome today here with us, and we are quite honored to have him with some other embassy staff and some other Chinese business delegation. Once again, let us give them a warm clap. Karibu sana. So, I want to believe today that everybody has taken breakfast. Is it so? If you haven't taken, you have your time over and our program will start officially. Good morning once again. Hamujambo. Zao Shanghao. Habari zenu. So today, as I said some few minutes ago, we are celebrating 40 years of Chinese government scholarship, and that is why we are having our theme as the alumni, as the bridge to better Kenya-China relationship. And as I had said earlier, the reason why we are celebrating 40 years is because the Chinese scholarship was started being offered in 1982. And by then I was introducing one of our pioneers who was among the 10 earliest students to go to China. And his name is Joseph Maritim. Joseph Maritim, please, once again, you can wave to the people. Karibu sana. Engineer Joseph Maritim went to China in 1982 at Beijing Cultural Language Center, and later on proceeded to northern, let me get that correct. It's called Beijing Jiaotong Dashui, Beijing Jiaotong University, where he studied engineering, civil engineering, and then he proceeded to come back to Kenya in 1987, where he started establishing his real estate company. And therefore, our relationship in terms of Kenya-China scholarship started back in 1980s. And today, 我来介绍一下，我就说我们肯尼亚中国奖学金也是1982年开始，但是我今天不是介绍一下我们肯尼亚中国的关系，因为肯尼亚中国的关系也是1963年开始。那么以前还有很久肯尼亚中国的历史，你们肯定听说过这个叫郑和，郑和也是应该是1422年到蒙巴萨。我知道好多中国人一定听说过，对吧？ Now, here I was not introducing a Kenya-China relationship that started in 1963, and that is why you see the Kenyan embassy, Chinese embassy in Kenya has got 4 CD. That's to represent the position in which Kenya started the relationship with China. And Kenya-China relationship started in 1963, but then again, you all know there was a relationship between Kenya and China back in 1422 when Zheng He arrived in Mombasa. For those of us who are students in China, you must have heard about Zheng He, right? Have we heard about him? No. Where is my history? Now, today we are also very honored to have my teacher. I studied in Kenyatta University Confucius Institute. That's where I studied my Chinese. And then I was given a scholarship to go to Shandong University, Shanda, and then I proceeded to University of Nairobi to pursue my master's. But today, I feel very honored to have my teacher, Fei De Lao Shi. You can stand up and wave to the people, who introduced me to Chinese. I remember those days when we were in Kenyatta University, we used to do Chinese language as a part-time. And we used to do that part-time classes in the evening. And our Chinese teacher, Fei De Lao Shi, could call us and find out where we were. And she didn't care whether we had 7 to 8 units to go. She used to give us a lot of homework so that we can do writing characters. And thank you to Fei De Lao Shi, who is also the founder of Discovery Chinese Cultural Center. And God bless you, right? Another clap for Fei De Lao Shi. So today, as I said, it is not all about coming to Kenya-China Alumni Association to listen to the speech. We are more interested in having people make contacts, expand the networks, and that's why we said we are going to have our own people exchange contacts with others. And actually, I'm not really impressed to see Kenyans sit on this side and our Chinese delegation sit on this side. And therefore, for that reason, I'm going to switch and mix people because I am the MC of this event. Is it okay? So apart from our high table here, I'm not going to switch them. I'm going to request some few beautiful girls here to go and sit on that table with few handsome gentlemen there. All right, is it okay? So please do that. And this activity, we are going to do it very fast. So if I select you, you're going to just stand up and walk. Is it okay? All right then. So I need those two ladies there. Yes, please. The two of you to go to that table with those gentlemen. Yes, please. We have to do mix and match. Is it okay? Am I allowed to do this? Thank you very much. Yes, stand up, please. So you're going to go to that table. So our steward, please assist them with the seats. Excuse me. You can help them with the seats. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Go right ahead. I'm going to pick some other two here to go to this table. Thank you very much. Yes. The lady in glasses, thank you very much. Yes, please. Allow me to do this because the essence of this meeting is networking. Is it so? All right. So please. Yes, give us a chorus. Yes, Cecilia, you're not comfortable there. I want to send you with your friend to that far table. Yes, please. Cecilia, you're going to ask for the number later. You can go with him. Go with him to that far table. Oh, but all right, all right. No, what am I saying? Okay, go on time. All right then. All right, let us clap for ourselves and thank you for your obedience. All right then. Thank you very much. So today, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the alumni as a bridge for a better Kenya-China relationship. I love the excitement. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana. So today we are honored to, and we would like to recognize, yes, go ahead, sir. I know our chairman is going to do this, but allow me to preempt it, Dr. Rotich, to just recognize the people who are here. Today we are honored to have our Chinese Kenyan ambassador, Dr. Joe Pinjian, who is here with us. We are also honored to have the presence of Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, that is Kisumu East Member of Parliament. We can clap for him. We are also very honored to have our delegation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Ambassador Lucy Kiruthu. You can clap for her. I know she will be coming. We are also honored to have James Kibori in the Directorate of Ministry of Education. Clap for him too. We are also honored to have Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, led by Professor Charles Ogondo. Clap for him too. He'll be arriving soon. We have the Department of Immigration again with Jacinta. You can clap for her. We have Department again of Immigration with Lawrence. We have Ambassador John Tipis, that is the Ambassador for Kenya to Australia. Clap for him. We have Dr. Idris Dakota Salim, as Permanent Secretary for ASAL, Arid Regions. And then we have former Deputy Ambassador of Kenya, Mr. Waweru Kimani. Then again, we have some Chinese business delegation. We have Mr. Gao Wei, Head of the Union for Chinese Community in Kenya. Mr. Gao Wei. Thank you, Mr. Gao Wei. We have Xiaolong. Xiaolong, have you arrived? Not yet. Then we have Zhou Wu, Kenya Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, sir. And we have Bulelani Jili. Where are you, Bulelani Jili? Welcome. You, yes. I believe should be all the way from South Africa. Yes, welcome. Then we have Dr. Imani Malwewi. Daktari. Karibu sana. And some other guests. So we have not recognized you. Please, you can see no but so that we are able to recognize you properly and we can be able to have you in our program. So we are going to start our program today, and we are going to have our first speech. To be a short speech, so don't get tired. We are going to have 15-minute speech and not exceeding that. And our first person to speak to us will be Mr. James Kiburi from the Director, Ministry of Education, Kenya. So, Mr. Kiburi, welcome, sir.
Thank you. His Excellency, Dr. Su, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Honorable Ahmed Shakir Shabil, MP, Kisumu East, Dr. Henry Rotich, Chairman of Kenya China Alumni Association, Chinese business owners living in Kenya, other government officials present, the alumni, invited guests, all protocols observed, good morning. I'm here today to represent Darius Ogutu, who is my boss, the Director of Higher Education in the Ministry of Education, Kenya. Allow me to read his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you in this meeting that is bringing together stakeholders in the education sector who are products of the Chinese scholarships. Education is a fundamental right and indispensable to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Along with this year's theme, which is the alumni as a bridge for Kenya-China friendship and cooperation, we acknowledge that education inequalities that face us in Kenya will be reduced through initiatives such as these that make education more accessible especially also through the Chinese scholarships, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, higher education is critical in producing a pool of highly skilled manpower in various specialized areas necessary for promoting improved productivity for national socio-economic development, as well as carrying out research to provide solutions to societal challenges. Through higher education, knowledge is generated and disseminated. In regard to knowledge generation and dissemination, I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to the People's Republic of China for the continued support to the government of Kenya through investment in education, research, innovation, and development, which are key to the economy of this country. In addition, we recognize contribution of Chinese scholarships, which have been, in which over 1,000 Kenyans have benefited. These scholarships over the years have produced qualified personnel in the field of medicine, engineering, diplomacy, among others, which are critical to the development of Kenya. As you are aware, the need for higher education has increased, and as a country, we have resource constraints to support needy students wishing to pursue university education. Therefore, such initiatives from our friendly countries helps the government to bridge the gap by supporting students to pursue courses that are relevant in a rapidly changing world. Students are economically, socially, and culturally empowered through such initiatives that exposes them to the other world, making them global citizens with a pool of knowledge aimed at making the world a better place for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the aforementioned, education is an integral part of human life. Its importance in life cannot be underestimated, as lack of education would open floodgates of numerous social problems, including poor health, internal conflicts, poverty, among others. According to Sustainable Development Goal number 4, education is seen as a fundamental human right and is indispensable for the achievement of sustainable development. There is need, therefore, for enhanced cooperation between Kenya and China to harness the potential that exists, which can be done through increase in number of scholarship opportunities offered to Kenyans. Through such initiatives, Kenya is able to learn and solve its challenges with the support from China. For instance, in the area of transport, where Kenya partnered with China in the construction of SGR, which is highly transformative. This has greatly transformed and improved connectivity between Nairobi and Mombasa. We are also aware of other initiatives supported through such collaboration, like the establishment of Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, popularly known as SAJOREC, in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. There are many others. Those are just a few to name. I'm happy to note that the Kenya-China Alumni Association has been in existence since 1987, though the Chinese scholarships have been with us for close to 40 years. This is a worthy forum that brings together Chinese scholarship beneficiaries, creating a viable network that can lead to job linkages, networking, and career support services to fellow alumni and prospective students. Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering has the important task of looking back at the 40 years of Chinese scholarships and their contribution to the development of the country and how the education sector has been transformed to achieve equitable access to learning by supporting the needy students. It's our expectation that Kenya will continue to benefit from bilateral relationship with China, not only in education, but in all spheres of development, and the alumni have a critical role to play in this dispensation. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me applaud the Chinese government for the continued support to the Kenyan students wishing to further their studies in China, for affording the opportunity through the scholarships, then the organizers of this forum for bringing us together to celebrate this great milestone. I wish to charge the alumni to carry the theme for today's meeting, the alumni as a bridge for Kenya-China friendship and cooperation to navigate Kenya and China to the next level of collaboration. This will be achieved through your continued support as true ambassadors of the Chinese scholarships. Finally, I must once again thank all the participants and the organizers of this meeting for bringing us together for a worthy cause. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiburi. We can clap for him. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. Once again, I would like to say from what he has said in his speech, many of us in these alumni, we have been the bridge or ambassadors between Kenya and China. And I want to try and reflect when you were in China and when you left Kenya, you went to China to study. And I am quite sure most of us right now are working in the field where it is Chinese-Kenya related. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah? Even our Chinese business and investors can also attest to that. In one way or another, they have used Kenyan in terms of labor, in terms of managers, in terms of translators. Am I right? And therefore, I want to say today we are taking our theme quite seriously, that we are here to better Kenya-China relations, right? And therefore, I want to remember in 1 minute before I invite our chairman, I want to remember when I went to China, and I used to use those buses when we were going for a long distance. And I remember we were leaving Jinan to go to some other places, and then we just decided to get lost. And there is one time we really got lost. I remember Nathan, who was our senior there, when we got to China, there was one of us who really got lost for 2 days. Got lost completely for 2 days, and he never came back. I think he was hosted by some Chinese people of goodwill, and when he came, he was looking shocked because he had not changed the clothes for 3 days. But I remember this instance whereby we went using those long buses, and then when we came to class, our teacher used to insist that we study Hanzi. So one day we had a phrase in the buses, and then we came to the teacher and we asked him, why do you keep insisting that we have to study the characters? Why not the pinyin? 就是说，老师，为什么我们一定要学习这个汉字？太难了，我们都不要。而且呢，我们到外面的话，我们在那些大巴车，我们就听什么呢？你们的拼音不好，拼音不好。然后呢，老师说这个大巴车也不是说拼音不好，他说请你扶好，请你扶好。You know that, right? So we were making this noise to the teacher, and please teach us pinyin and not these characters, because when we were in the bus, there is this voice in the bus that kept telling us pinyin bohao. But when we realized it was not pinyin bohao, it was saying qing ni fu hao, that is to mean please hold. Why are you not there, people? Please hold. Yes, please hold yourself tightly, because in China there are those buses whereby you don't necessarily have to sit down. You can basically hold yourself because they are short distance. Anyway, those are some of the memories that we have in China which have been very good. Myself as a Chinese ambassador, I'm not the ambassador, Dr. Zhou Pingjian. No, 我不是大使，我就说 I am an ambassador in my own capacity. I have served Kenya and China in one way or another. And therefore, today we are taking our theme seriously, as you said, our director, Dr. Mr. Kiburi, and we appreciate your presence and your remarks. Now, therefore, having opened officially by our Ministry of Education, we are going to proceed direct to a speech by our own very own Dr. Henry Rotich, the chairman of our alumni. Dr. Rotich, karibu sana. Please clap for him.
The Chinese experience is indeed very rich for those of us who are in China. Getting lost was very common. I remember I got lost because we wanted to go to the neighboring university, but when we get out of the gate, we took the wrong turn. And I can tell you we were lost because when we were trying to ask, we could not speak Chinese. And so everybody was like, Bujidao. So eventually we got some students who could understand a bit of English, and they told us to get on the bus. So we were used to the buses where you pay the conductor. When we got on the bus, they were telling us to put money, but you see, they were saying in Chinese, as you enter, you put money there. Eventually, I put 10 yuan, and I could not get a change. But of course, I didn't know that the 10 yuan and 1 yuan had a lot of difference, so I knew I put some money. But we were taken to one of the universities, and then we were assisted. We were driven to the university. I can tell you, for 1 month, we never went out of the university because of fear of getting lost. So I think we can all write a whole book about getting lost in China. Confucius said that, I think the Chinese, you will help me. San Ren, Yo, Bi Yo. Now, the fellows who have learned Chinese, you can tell us that in English. How do you say it? San Ren Xing, Bi Yo Wo. What does it say in English? For every 3 people walking, they must be my teacher, isn't it? So it means every opportunity is a learning opportunity. Thank you very much. And today I was also reading, for those of you who have our profile as the alumni, there was also something said there. And I wish somebody can read for us what Confucius said. Nathan, you have it. You can read for us. Yes, you can read. You can come and read here because I want you to share with everybody here.
Daje hao. Ni men hao ma? Hao. Walainian. By three methods, we may learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is noblest. Second, by imitation, which is easiest. And third, by experience, which is the best. Confucius.
The bitterest.
The bitterest story. Kungzi.
Good. So I think for those of us who got lost, that lesson was the best. It was the most difficult because when you got somebody getting lost for 3 days, you can imagine the kind of lesson they learned. They were able to stay in a Chinese family and appreciate the kind of friendship that they were given. So I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to recognize the presence of Chinese ambassador to Kenya, Dr. Cho Ping-chen. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Liu Yang from the embassy, Ms. Tuan Fei-yang from the embassy, and also the presence of Honorable Hamed Shakil Shabir, a very good friend of China and also the alumni. We've interacted in various sessions and you don't miss. We don't take this for granted. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the director for Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, represented here by Faith Nyambogi. Let me also recognize the presence of representation from Department of Immigration, represented here by Jacinta Aguera and Lawrence. I would also like to recognize the presence of Ambassador John Tippis, who was the Kenya's ambassador to Australia and a former deputy ambassador to Kenya, in China, our embassy in China. Also, we have with us Dr. Idris Dakota Salim, who was the permanent secretary to ASAL and Regional Development. Also, the presence of Ambassador Waweru Kimani, former deputy ambassador to China. And I think most of us remember at the height of COVID, there was a lot of panic. And I remember talking to him, trying to understand the situation there. And we were able to be linked to the students. And we told them to relax, that everything was under control. We salute you and we appreciate your contribution at the embassy. Maybe you need to clap for him. Yes. I would also like to appreciate Dr. Imani Malwenyi, who is with us here. And also, we have Engineer Joseph Maritim, who was the first student to benefit from the Kenya scholarships. We were expecting one of the members who was the first person to step on the Chinese soil under the Kenya-China government scholarship. We also have Mr. Li Changhui, the Kenya-China Economic and Trade Association chairperson and the general manager of CRBC, who is represented here today. Mr. William Zhou, who is the Kenya-Chinese Chamber of Commerce chairperson. We appreciate your presence today. We know what you have done to improve the business between the two countries. Mr. Michael Munyao, who was also not able to come, who is the chairperson of the Kenya Friendship Association. We also have Kao Wei, who is the chairperson of Kenya Overseas Chinese Association. And I'm very sure most of us, we've been able to attend some of the expos which he organizes. He also organizes business trips to China. And I think this has helped a number of our Kenyans to tap into the Chinese market and also to be able to do business I would also like to appreciate representatives from various Chinese communities who are here with us. I know we have the chairperson of the Chinese Women Association in Kenya. We appreciate what you do. Also, representatives from various Chinese companies who are here with us. We know you've been able to give opportunities to our members of the alumni to work, or to work for the Chinese companies, or to work with Chinese companies. I would also like to appreciate Mr. Murimi and all other invited guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. The Kenya-China Alumni Association was founded way back in 1987, and our membership has over 1,000 members who are distributed both here in Kenya and outside the country. They vary from their disciplines, right from those who are Chinese teachers, Chinese language users, engineers, doctors, and they are working in various disciplines, both in private and also in government. We have one of our members who is running a very, very good hospital here in Kitengela, and I welcome the Chinese business community to visit and experience the services that are offered by one of our alumni. We also have members who are also teaching in various Confucius institutes within the country. At Kenyatta University, Confucius Institute, University of Nairobi, Confucius Institute, Moi University, Egerton, USIU, and also various classroom, Chinese classroom units which are here. We work very closely with the Chinese Confucius Institutes, and ours is to promote the language, which gives the wings to fly and go anywhere you want as a person. We want to also improve our cultural interaction with Chinese community so that we have a win-win situation. In this regard, we have engaged and continue to work with the Embassy of the Chinese People's Republic of China, and the companies which are here. We have been the greatest beneficiary of the Chinese scholarships. Our alumni and professionals from different fields. We have engineers, we have people in ICT, we have people in the health sector, we also have people in the real estate, and I can tell you one of our greatest property managers is here with us, Maritime, who was among the first students. So as you set up your real estates, feel free to engage his services, and you will appreciate the high quality service of management of estates. I would also like to mention that we normally hold various trainings, workshops throughout the year to keep our members updated on the latest developments in their fields, including our annual interpreter training, which we do. And we help our business owners and people to learn how to buy online from China. We are thinking of also organizing online marketing so that we get our people marketing products to China. We are present in both social media. We have our Telegram. We also have our Twitter handle, and also in Facebook, which you can be able to access and get more information and interact with us. On the teaching of Chinese, we have also helped our members to stay updated on the news, on the scholarships and cultural events between Kenya and China. And today we appreciate that the embassy has always involved the alumni in activities that promotes cultural interactions here. We also still require more support in getting physical books and also visits to our schools. Before COVID, we used to organize visits to schools to promote Chinese language. And I'm sure if you've seen our profile, one of the activities we've done was to visit a number of schools here in Nairobi and also outside Nairobi. This is an activity that we look forward to doing more with Confucius Institutes, doing more with the Chinese community. And today I was discussing with the chair lady of the Chinese Women Association that we could do more of corporate social responsibility. We have one of our very own member who is also running a Chinese language school, Discovery. She's here with us, and they are teaching Chinese. We are also organizing Spelling Bee to promote the use of the language and interest more students to learn Chinese. We do mentorship programs to help advise some of the members where we get those who are experienced helping those who are new in the field. For example, one of our members, Ted, has mentored many students to learn Chinese martial arts, including the students you will see performing today. So remember, this is one of our members who has actually used his time to mentor and also help young Kenyans to learn some of the skills which they can use. They have come today supporting themselves to perform here, unlike some of the artists who require to be paid to perform. But they are here today to show us their skills free of charge as a contribution towards the celebration of the 40 years of scholarships that we have been enjoying. When students go to China, we are always invited by the embassy to talk to them and also give them a good send-off. Maybe some of us who got lost in China is because at that time we didn't have this arrangement and we got totally shocked, the cultural shock at that time. I remember when I arrived in China, I was illiterate for the first time in my adult life. I could not read, I could not say, I could not understand. I was watching TV from my room and wondering what the beautiful lady was saying. I went to the restaurant and I was given a menu in Chinese. And I was trying to say what I want to eat, but I didn't know what it was. I was just seeing steaks. Until I gave up and went back to the room. And I fasted the whole day. And I kept looking through the window to see if I can see a foreigner who can help me. And lucky enough, I saw some students who were coming, I think from Canada. I dashed downstairs and asked them to help me. And one of them told me, I know there's a room here with students from Yemen, and they speak some bit of Chinese. I kept watching that room for the next 2 hours. Every time I hear steps, I open my door and check. And lucky enough, I saw them come in, and I went to tell them, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. And they took me to a restaurant, ordered food for me, and in addition, they translated the menu for me. Number one, this is Hong Xiao Niu Rou. It is this. This is Mu Shi Rou. So I used to go to the restaurant with that menu, and I say, I want number one. I want number two. So that kind of mentorship is very important. For those who have come from China, I'm sure you can help others here to develop their skills and be able to utilize it and improve their economic status and also the business and normal professional skills that they have. Our members here, they do a lot of work, especially under tourism. I'm sure if you ask any of them here, they will tell you that they have taken guests, tourists who have come to Kenya to visit some of our beautiful parks with very good reviews. I remember during my time, I took some team, they were senior tourists, and when they went back, the tour company in China used to call me and ask me, are you available? We want to send some visitors, but we want you to take them around. So you can actually understand that we do our business with a lot of good service. And I think this is one of the skills that members learned when they were in China on how to handle clients. We also have membership across the globe. Some of our members in the US, some in Europe, some are here, but they are all supporting our initiatives. I would like to pass a message of goodwill on this day from one of our alumni. One of our founder chairperson is resident in Canada, but still very active as an alumni. We have message of goodwill and message from one of our members who is also in the diaspora. So we remain network. I think the experience we had in China has really strengthened our bond, and we want to extend that bond with the Chinese community here in Kenya. And today, I'm very happy to see attendance from various Chinese companies, various representatives from the business community, various individuals from government and the embassy here, because we want to strengthen that collaboration. The Germans say, you don't have to know everything, but you need to know where to get it when you need it. And I think one of the things that we get out of here today is the network. If I need something from Parliament, now I know where to get it from. If I need something from China Roads and Bridges, now I know where to get from. If I need something from, not really needing from, but I have an idea also, you know it's a two-way traffic. If I have an idea that I would like to put across to the Chinese community, especially through the Women Association, then I can be able to do. If I need something that requires the business community, I know Mr. William, I can reach out to him. So the biggest benefit of this meeting today is establishing very strong network that will help us improve our collaboration, also improve our impact in this. We organize CSR activities to help the welfare of Chinese learners, especially children, by providing books and mentorship needed for them to excel. I mentioned that we have visited a number of schools to donate books, to do a bit of martial art, and I hope next time you'll join us and see the kind of martial art skill I have. Don't look at me like this and think I cannot do martial art. I can break a brick with my bare hand. So we plan to do more of this, to visit more schools, donate books, and I call upon all of us here. The embassy has been very supportive in giving us materials. Confucius Institutes they have given us. We want to progress this. We want to expand this so that we get more people learning Chinese language and using it to advance themselves. We believe that education is a transformative tool for our children. And we stay guided by the Chinese proverb, which says, if you are planning for a year, sow rice. If you are planning for a decade, plant trees. If you are planning for a lifetime, educate people. So we appreciate the presence of representatives from a Ministry of Education, from curriculum development, because we all believe that what we are doing is imparting our youth with knowledge which can help them to see far. Lastly, on curriculum development and relevance to the Mandarin Chinese, we are keen on ensuring that Mandarin is integrated in our Kenyan education system under the CBC, and we are actively involved in the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to make this happen. Faith, who is here with us, is going to expound on that, and we are proud that to have the capacity needed to make this successful through our qualified and well-trained teachers who specialize in Chinese language and culture. We look forward to a situation whereby all those who have learned Chinese as a language, they have done education, can be absorbed in our teaching profession, can be recruited by the Teacher Service Commission to teach Chinese formally in our schools. In conclusion, we hope the alumni will continue to work hard to promote educational, economic, cultural exchanges between Kenya, China, and strive towards deepening the friendship between our two communities. I would also like to recognize the presence of Ambassador Lucy Kirudu, who is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We don't take it for granted. What I can say is that we have a whole talent here which can work in any sector in this country. So if you need a talent, if you need a skill, we are a phone call away. We are an email away and you have it. So if you need it, we've got it all under one roof. Thank you very much.
Once again, let us appreciate our chairman, Dr. Rotich. Thank you very much, Daktari, but I will be very interested after this to realize and to see your martial arts. I don't believe you have anyway, but I will be interested. Thank you, sir. So, once again, I would like to, as Daktari has said, I would like to take a few seconds to appreciate the presence of any teacher if you are here. Do we have teachers here? 中间没有老师有吗？请你起来。Just stand up. We can clap for you because I have seen Teacher Mike, Teacher Faith. All right, nice. Let us just give them a very good clap. Thank you. Asanteni, please have a seat. The reason why we have acknowledged them is because most of us have passed in the hands of these teachers. And they have really been of encouragement to us. And that is why we are here, we are. And on the other hand, I can also recognize the presence of our very young little ones here who also need to be mentored to become people of substance in the society. Like Dr. Rotich is saying, people in IT, doctors, engineers, and so on. And having them in our presence, we need to recognize the importance of our teacher. Now, Dr. Ambassador Lucy Kirudu, you can please wave to the people with the permission of the chairman, please. Just say hi, stand up and say hi to the people. Just say, stand up, please. She is with the Foreign Affairs. Clap for her, please. Asante sana. Before we go to the next speaker, I would like to recognize the presence of Harriet Karaoke. Harriet Karaoke, please say hi to the people. For those people who, I know most of you have heard or seen Harriet Karaoke in YouTube or in the news. She was born in Kirinyaga, a just little girl, simple girl from Gishogo, huko kwa Mother Karua, and she studied in the same and became one of the best students in the district. After getting all A's, she was able to acquire the equity, Wings to Fly. We all know about the program, where she was able to achieve, and she was recruited to go to Harvard University. So we have a Harvard University student. Please clap for her again. For those who don't know, Harvard University is an Ivy League university. Ivy League's university, they are the very hardest university to get to, including for European American and Western students, and including for Chinese students. You all know how Harvard University is. So she studied in Harvard University, and she got her undergraduate in business management, and then she proceeded to China, where she studied in Peking University, once again, Peking University, again for business, and then she proceeded to study business and management in Alibaba Business School. And therefore, as Dr. you are saying, we have talents here, we have people who can be used by the Chinese investors and Chinese business, because right now she has established what we are calling, she's an entrepreneur, she has established AfriJob. That is basically connecting top talent with African and Chinese business across Africa. So Harriet, you are doing well, and karibu sana. Yes, sir. All right, so next we are going to have our speech by Mheshimiwa Ahmed Shakir, and I want to introduce Mheshimiwa Ahmed Shakir before he comes for the sake of our students here. Mheshimiwa is currently studying Masters in Political Science. He has also achieved Masters in Business Administration from Henley University, England. He has a Bachelor's of Business from Middlesex, England. He has done accountancy from London. He is also a committee member in Finance, Planning and Trade in our Parliament, that is our August House. He is also a Special Fund Account Committee member. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana. Na hapo kwa special funds, please remember us. We were hit by COVID. You can give us a little bit of special funds so that we can enjoy for Christmas. Asante sana, karibu sana. Let us welcome Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, your visitors, the alumni, the chair, visitors from China, and everybody here, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Shakil Shabir Ahmed, also Onyango Won Mogo in Luo. I'm the Member of Parliament for Kisumu, UK. I have been a Member of Parliament now for 4 years, 4 terms, 20 years. I've been the Mayor of Kisumu City, and I'm an independent Member of Parliament from Kisumu. I hope you understand that to be an independent Member of Parliament, the people must vote for you, not the party. So before I also have the honor of being the chair of the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group. Now the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group is a group of parliamentarians in the Parliament, meaning the National Assembly and Senate, and our counterparts from the National People's Congress in China. Our job is to promote relationships between our countries and between our politicians and between the peoples of Kenya and China. So I come to you in that role today. You can see I have my special Chinese jacket that I only take out on some of these events. The reason I want to talk to you about is about that. I also chair the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, and I sit on the global body. I will tell you why we're talking about this. These are issues that we need to discuss. And just for correction, I do have 4 masters, 3 masters, and my PhD. Actually, we were talking about, I was maybe at an old system, but I did my doctorate in leadership. But I'll tell you one thing, all those pieces of paper, unless you put them into practice, are absolutely nothing. Believe me, they are nothing. And that is what I want to talk to you about today. Firstly, I'm very proud to see a number of Kenyans who can speak Chinese, but it's something that we must build upon. And there are a number of Chinese who can speak Kiswahili and even Luo better than some of us. So this is the link that we need to build. This is the link we need to build. The alumni is all well and good. We shall meet once a year, we will have a drink, we'll go home, we will forget what happened. But this is the network we want. You, the alumni, us in Parliament, you in the executive, in the business world, you the government. How can we accentuate? How can we take advantage? How can we push the friendship and the understanding between our two countries and our two peoples? That is really what we want to do. And you, as the alumni, are not only the ambassadors, but you are meant to be promoters of what you've learned in China. Promoters. Not just there as what we call just fancy, just on the top of it. I want to ask you guys today a question. I didn't do this because I was coming here. I want you to take out your mobile. Just please, take out your mobile. How many of you have iPhones? Put your hand up. Go on, please. Go on. All of you, iPhones or Samsung. Yes? How many of you have a Chinese phone? How many? 1, 2. Shame on you guys. I have a tech and I have a Samsung. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If you cannot live what you want to preach, you are no good. Live the life you want to preach. If you feel that you have been part of China and you have learned to be with the Chinese and you've learned their culture, transmit it, immerse it, discuss it. The Chinese who come to Africa and Kenya, and I know 2 or 3 of them in Kisumu, he is more Luo than the Luos. He tells me Luo politics, the Chinese gentleman, he is the guys in Kisumu. This is what we want to learn. We don't want to learn other things or whatever the Chinese. My grandfather came here to build the railway. 100 and something years ago. After that, there was no change. Nothing. All we heard was the railway, railway. When the Chinese come and build the SGR, we are making so much stories. Jamani, we need to be able to promote. Surely there's something wrong, of course, but there is wrong with everybody. Our job is to accentuate the positive. Do you understand me? And correct the negative. Correct the negative. So, you as alumni, you have a duty of care. You spent certain part of your life in China. Was it useless? Don't come and tell us what you did there and whatever. Tell us what you can do now. I was telling you that I was in 1977, I said. I went to China. 1977, my dear friends. China was a poor country. I went to a village outside Xi'an. I spent some time there. What I learned from there in 1977 has been the format of my life for the rest of my country. What I was taught there was very simple. I was a business studies student. Where is Harriet? Harriet, you are taught from the beginning of our life that they are fixed asset and what is called the fixed assets and then the, what you call the, what's the other word? Variable assets and other things like that. Do you understand me? And how do you cost your product? This product of water, you take your fixed asset, you put allocation of it. If your fixed asset is 100 million shillings, you bought a factory, you've bought machinery, and you've bought everything else, and then you say, okay, this one, and then there's variable cost. Variable cost, how many people we are using, what other things we're using, and they vary it, and they cost this bottle at 100 shillings a bottle. In 1977, I heard that the Chinese model, they use the manual labor and the labor as a fixed cost. So they're only interested in recovering the value, the variable costs. How much does it make to cost this bottle without the fixed cost? And they're able to sell you this bottle at 40 shillings or 50 shillings. And people are saying, oh, it's Chinese, it's cheap. Japanese was very cheap some time ago. Now, do you understand what I'm trying to say? I think that is what we have to do. We have to learn on some of these issues, and we have to translate across to our people what we can do about it, how we can do it. This corporation, 1982 to now, 1,000 students. We need to cooperate, we need to accentuate on that. We need, when a chairman, let's take more effort in putting these things together. Let's have something, let's have a data bank which you're already putting together. I would like to know how many people have gone where have they done in China, how they've done, what they're doing, how can we take advantage of them. Julius Sankuli was with me the other day. He was the ambassador to China. And he was telling me, Shakil, what we need to do now, we want to make sure, we as the members of parliament need to make sure that there is a great change, and people in the government is changing, and the Western world is pushing this idea that Chinese have not been a developing conscious with us. Can we work on that idea? Can we change some of those things? And I've been talking to His Excellency, how can we look at some of these things and say, look, hold on, what's happening? Not everything is good, by the way. Nothing in our life is all good. But I'll tell you one thing. I travel on that express highway. I travel on it. It takes me 12 minutes from here to the airport. And I look down there, and the improvement of traffic even down there has been even less. Traffic now jams down there as well as up here. Who says this? Do you hear it? No. Do we hear it on TV? No. Do we know that this SGR is fully booked to go to Mombasa? Fully booked. You can't get one ticket. Fully booked. Who talks about it? Who says, look, yes, it was a very good project. All we hear, SGR very expensive, SGR this, can we open the contract, can we do this? Do you understand me? So I think what we have to do here, and that's why I wanted to take the advantage of being here. His Excellency had asked me, and I said I will make it sure. I'll fly from Kisumu to come here. Our job, your job, my job, is to accentuate the positive. My job is to work with our Chinese partners who are here, make their life easier, so that we can do good things together. Your job is not to say, because I was in China, I must be given this job. No. You are in China, can you accentuate? Can you talk to your people? If you go to Kisumu, I have had Chinese teachers in Kisumu for 8 years, or nearly 10 years. I'm telling you, those children in Kisumu can sing. Your Excellency, I want you to come to Kisumu. We will sing you the Chinese national anthem in Chinese and the Kenyan national anthem as well. We can do this. We have in Kisumu right now another tribe called the Luo Chin. The Chinese of Luo and Chinese mixture. We have them. We call them the Luo Chin. Why can't we take advantage of some of these things? And why can't we work on this basis? Your Excellency, one of the other things we want to work on this time, and of course with the Ministry of Education. Don't think that these are just things you can take and you put there and you send your children and your brothers and your sisters. These scholarships, I know they come from government to government. but there must be transparency. We must know that there's 100 scholarships for England or for China. Or, you know, when the England one, it comes in the newspapers, apply for this particular scholarship. The Chinese one, they will just go and it sits in the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they bring their friends, nobody else knows about this. And they go there and they come back and that's the end of the story. The idea is immerse. I today wanted to take some hot water. I put my tea bag in it. Yes? You can put Chinese tea bag in it. It's a tea. This is immersing. And I think what you need to do, you must develop this particular experience. And it's our job, my job and your job, and those of people who are here today, to promote the relationship between our two countries. If you cannot do it with the passion, then you are no good to us. You're no good. You wasted your time in China, you wasted your time in Kenya. If you cannot do the positive things that you have, there are negatives, of course, you have learned, but the positives, can we work on some of those issues, one or two of them? So I don't want to hear that the China Road Group number 5 is somewhere, and if a Chinese person who studies from China should be given the first priority, don't worry about the fellows, don't worry about the fact that they're what is called favoritism. The world depends on connections. The world depends upon what is service and how you can depend upon somebody. Do you understand me? So if you go to a Chinese restaurant in Kisumu, it's not a Chinese man who's cooking that food. It's a Luo, for God's sake. So he promotes, and I would talk to that Luo chef and I tell him. And he says, look, I can make this, I can make this, I can make this. So he has a bit of what is called pride in what you're doing. So I'm talking to your students today. Please, your teachers, your others, let's have some pride. Let's work on it. I'm not saying everything Chinese is good. No. I'm saying what is good, we promote. What is not good, we try and see how we can change. With those, and I'm sure you didn't want to hear this from me, but that is where we want. That is what we want to do. We have the Chinese papers, we have the Chinese television, we have all of these things. Can we start also promoting what you think is good? If it's not good, come and talk to them and say, look, this is what you have. Because it's not only the Chinese embassy. There's a people, there's a party, there are the businessmen, there are others. When you go to China, you see what is the difference between China and Kenya as I see it right now. Discipline, timeliness, integrity. And although you say that China is very corrupt, go there, you'll see. I was in a queue there. And the traffic jam was 30 kilometers long. And I was there and I was the chair and there was a number of MPs. You know what they told me? Pilot, chairman, tell pilot to go this way. On what is called the shoulder, hard shoulder. Tell him, see, we had security behind us, we had security in front of us. Tell him, go this way. And I was trying to talk to the translator, and they kept quiet. And then that guy was driving, keeping quiet. And he talked to us in English, and he said, listen, this is China. You want me and I will never break the law. I will not break the law. It doesn't matter who you are. I will not break the law. So that's what we need. Whether we do that, that's what we need. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It happens. But what I'm saying is, can you take the positive there? Can you take the positive there? And then say, how can we develop that and make it good for us? Finally, I was told it took us how many thousand years to build the Great Wall of China? We were to keep people out of China, the invaders. Within the first 50 years, we were invaded 3 times. So what is the thing? It is not the integrity of the wall, which can be huge, but integrity of the gatekeeper. gatekeeper. If you can bribe the gatekeeper and he can open the gate, that's the end of the story, isn't it? So that is what we want, character. We want character. We want hard work. And I'll tell you one thing, no matter where you go in the world, the Chinese are known for hard work. You understand me? So let us also get some of that. I'm not praising the Chinese all the way, but I say let us be, what is good, and what can we as Africa and what is we as Kenya pick up on that. And this alumni, please call me next year, yeah? And let's assess what happens next year. And please, if you don't call me to Serena, please. Can we meet somewhere else where other people can hear what's happening? Well, let's meet across that way. I'll have some nyama choma and something else. Let's meet there. Save this money. Yeah? Thank you. And for those, I know some of the things I've said may not have been what you wanted to hear from me, but I can promise you one thing. We are 40 or so members of parliament. Our job is to see what we can get for Kenya as the first line of approach. And if the Chinese partners are there with us, how can they work with us and get some of these things? Do you understand me? So that's our job. That's what we will do. And that's what we continue to want to do. With those few remarks, thank you very much for giving me this time. And I hand back to the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. I think you've said it in many ways. And today I said San Ren Xing. San Ren Xing. For every 3 people working, they must be my teacher. So we learn from each other and we get better, continual improvement. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Ambassador Lucy Kiruthu from the Ministry of Affairs, and she's handling the sector that actually falls within the Asian also. I think she will introduce herself and say a few things. Karibu, Ambassador. I know you had a very busy day, but you found time to join us, and we don't take it for granted. Asante. And by the way, she's also an alumni member.
Excellency Joe, Mheshimiwa Shabil, colleagues and fellow alumni, Dajia Hao. Let me first say that I've been ambushed by the chairman and the secretary. I'm here under the invitation of His Excellency, Ambassador Joe. I'll say that I regret that for a very long time, I've not really participated in the alumni activities. I'm one of the founder members, but I was asked this morning what my number was. I couldn't remember. I should be ashamed as Mheshimiwa amesema. Because our job entails in and out of Kenya, so it becomes a little bit difficult to follow through some things. But when I met the ambassador a few weeks ago, we had some short discussion. And I told him that I had studied in China. And he was actually amazed that we even went to the same school. I'm an alumni of Peking University with the ambassador. And I studied there very many years ago. I was speaking with my friend there, Nyambuki, whom I met today. And I said to her, I studied probably before you were born or when you were in primary school. And she thought it was a joke. I graduated from Peking University in 1996, having studied Guoji Guanxi. I am where I am today because of the Chinese connection. Before then, I was a teacher at Mangu High School. But after going to China under the Chinese scholarship and having studied international relations, today I am a very proud diplomat, having very good connection with China. And just like our theme reads today, that we are the bridge between Kenya and China. Wherever I go, I try as much as possible to connect with the Chinese because I feel that bond. My foundation is in diplomacy is with Chinese, and that is why I am a very proud diplomat today. So having said that, let me underscore the importance of continuing with the many activities that we are undertaking to ensure that our relationship with China, our connection with China remains strong. And I think that I would urge all of us to continue with this. And I've just mentioned to the secretary and the chairman that I would be very happy to reconnect and to become a very active member in this alumni. And having said that, let me take this opportunity to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And if I recall, when we were in China during Christmas, the Chinese government used, or the university in particular, used to give us some Chinese duck. I don't know whether the ambassador is doing that this particular season. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity, and the very best.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lucy. We are very proud of you as a founder of the Kenya-China Alumni, and we look forward to your active participation. Napoleon Hill said that the mind is a great weapon. You can use it to construct, or you can use it to destroy. I believe that as Kenya-China alumni, we want to use it to construct. And we will construct. And we will make sure that the youth in this country benefit from active engagement with the Chinese community. I would like to appreciate the presence of the Chinese business community here. We also have the founder of the Chinese Center in Lavington. I think she's here with us. As I mentioned earlier, if you want to beat me with your martial art or Tai Chi, you might need some lessons from her school. I would like to take this opportunity to humbly welcome the ambassador, the Chinese ambassador to Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Cho Ping-chen, to give his remarks. Let's welcome with an applause. Thank you.
各位上午好，很高兴今天跟大家坐在一块，少长咸集，群贤毕至。因为是中国同学会，我理所当然理解，今天的工作语言就是中文。Hamjambo. Dr. Henry Rotici, my brother, my good friend, a chairperson of the Kenya-China Alumni Association, Mheshimiwa Shabir Ahmad, my dear brother, the chairperson of the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group, distinguished guests, dear brothers and sisters, Hamjambo, Hamjambo Tena. This function is important because Ambassador Lucy surprised me when I shared the information with her. She had a very good reason not to make it, and quite understandable, because a very special family day today for her. Anyway, she arrived earlier than me, so my reading is this alumni association is powerful, and this connection, guanxi, is important. No matter is personal guanxi or international guanxi. So I'm really glad to join you here in this function, Ambassador Lucy. This function, I see opportunities. I see opportunities. You know, many Kenyan friends, I should say, the members of the Alumni Association, it's my first time to meet with you. But I know the familiar Chinese faces here. I know them well. And by connection with them, by 跟他们有关系, you are connecting China better. You will find a lot of opportunities for Kenya. We are talking about 40 years of the government-to-government scholarship programs. But as we all know, our guanxi, our relations, our traditional friendship enjoys a long history. Our moderator just mentioned 600 years ago, 1422, Chen He was here. And I thought he might be the first Chinese student to learn in Kenya back that time. And for us Chinese, not everyone, including those sitting inside this room, not every Chinese know what Twiga means. But we all know 中国第一支长颈鹿, the first Twiga, the first giraffe in China, was a gift from Malindi 600 years ago, and that is in the history books. So you see, this kind of function really refresh friendships, really refresh fond memories, not only personal, but people to people and government to government. China and Kenya are good friends, good partners, good brothers. We've been with each other always. And next year, we are going to mark the 60th anniversary of bilateral diplomatic relations. And we can see during the past decades, our cooperation has been making very, very good progress. And by being here for this, witnessing this progress, I should say, you have made your big contribution in it. Whether you identify yourself as bridges between the two countries, or promoters for the benefit of the two countries, or one word I like from my dear chairperson, creators. Because the last time he shared with me, and I totally agree, we are job creators. We are not job seekers, any member of the Alumni Association. No matter in what way, by your experience in China, or my fellow Chinese, by our experience in Kenya, we are in the chain of the Guanxi. We are promoting understanding and cooperation between China and Kenya. We've been doing a good job. And I think going forward, we can do more because we share more and more, even aspiration, even the future of the world. So that is why I always shared with Kenya friends, African friends. For us Chinese, it's so natural to refer you as brothers, sisters, because culturally, we are very, very close to each other. But by saying, we can, by networking like this, we can identify a lot of opportunities. I mean serious business. Not only at a personal level, we encourage more opportunities. Your career development, your job transferring, we could make better use of this network, the Alumni Association. But as the ambassador here, China's ambassador here, I want to challenge you, the Kenya friends, or my compatriots here, to do more, to identify more opportunity for the mutual benefit of our two countries and the two peoples. It's possible. And this process needs us. Some stories were shared earlier by the distinguished speakers about the yesterday of China. But now you know the Chinese dream. We believe we are firm on the way. Now we have to have the time frame, a frame, two-step approach. For you, you are still in the pursuit of Vision 2030. For us, not officially referred as that, but I think it's kind of Vision 2035. Our two-step approach to modernization, the first step is by 2035. China will basically realize modernization. And building on that, another 15 years, by the middle of this century, China shall be built into a great modern socialist country. In the pursuit of the Chinese modernization, we shall do it in the Chinese way, the Chinese path to modernization. And we know we need friends to realize the Chinese dream. If we are thinking about friends here, you are our best friends. So we are really challenging you to make more input, make more contribution in Kenya's interaction with China, so you can support China better in a new way. And we are, as we understand, Kenyans are also pursuing new dreams. Two figures impressed me. One, I know there is a big function today somewhere in this country. 30 by 30. By 2030, you wish to increase the national tree cover from 12% to 30%. And 20 by 20, you wish to increase Kenya's manufacturing sector contribution to the GDP from current 7% to 20%. These goals are very important goals for any country. And in our experience, it's not easy, but it's possible. You see, you know the Chinese history. When the People's Republic of China was founded in 1949, the tree coverage in China was 8.6%. Now it's more than 23%. So a steady, slower process, but it keeps increasing. It's possible. And when New China was founded, almost no modern industry. Chairman Mao said, ornamented, we can build tables, chairs, mattresses, but we cannot manufacture a single tractors, automobiles, or even tanks. Even in 1978, when China opened its door to the world, China's share in terms of manufacturing in the world was 1%. Today, it's 30% in 4 decades. So, if the sustainable development in terms of tree coverage and the development in terms of job creation by the manufacturing sector, I think your knowledge about China, your connection with the Chinese might help those Chinese around you. How can we do something together for win-win cooperation here in Kenya? We can do that. The story I'm sharing with you, we need more Kenyan friends to have a better idea. I once shared my thinking with some friends, members of the Alumni Association. In your textbooks, the industrialization, the manufacturing in China is kind of absent, very, very mentioned. But I should say, when we are looking for friends, looking for partners, the more, the better. And I can assure you, China will always be a reliable partner and a good friend in your pursuit of your dreams, no matter is in the area of sustainable development or in the industrialization process. With these words, I'm thanking you for giving us an opportunity to have more guanxi with you. And I'm thanking you for sharing us with your thoughts about closer cooperation between China and Kenya. On the occasion of the 60th anniversary of bilateral relationship, we need everybody on board. And we look forward to more interaction among our members of the Alumni Association. And I look forward for more interaction between the Chinese big companies, the Chinese business associations with you. 互相帮助 very good one. We need to implement it. We need to deliver more. And in this process, I should say, from our side, we firmly believe in Tusonge Mbele Pamoja. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think you've said very important things. Today I talk much about Confucius because some wisdom words. They say if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, walk alone. If you want to go far, walk with others. And I think we are here today because we want to go far. That's why we want to work together. There's a saying by one of the African writers, Chinua Achebe, and he says, a man who calls his family and friends to feast does not do it to save them from hunger. They all have food in their home. When we gather at the village in the moonlight, it's not because of the moon. Every man can see it from his compound. We meet because it's good to do so. So let's continue with team spirit and take advantage of these seasons to deepen our relationships, to deepen our understanding, and to work together to improve the livelihood of humanity. With those, I would like to invite our MC to take us to the next session of the program. I mentioned martial arts, and I'm just realizing I didn't come with my attire. So you'll excuse me, because if I did not forget, you would have seen me here. Karibu.
All right, thank you, Daktari. So how are we doing? We are good? Okay. So we want to go to another phase of entertainment. And before we do that, can we just stand up for 30 seconds? We stretch. All right? We pretend like we are doing some martial arts by Dr. Henry Rotich as our teacher. Okay? And then just stretch. Say hi to the person you have not greeted on that table. Ask them their name. All right? Yes. Stretch, just stretch a little bit. We don't want to get too tired. You can dance a little bit. Did you say hi to the other person? Another one more. Can dance a little bit. After that. Acha niwaambie wa settle down Ama utaendelea tu. Hata ni vile wamechukua hiyo nafasi, nimejua wengi wanataka kwenda mwisho. Ndio nimepeana hiyo kabla dakika 2. Hawaendi. No, but I think we can let them.
So we're inviting
invite him apeane nini kidogo sema alikuwa amechoka.
Okay, thank you very much. With all protocols observed, we don't want to forget one of our important guests. Okay, yeah. So he will be here shortly. We are going to give him a chance. Kusalamia sisi tu. So you remember Chinua Achebe said, if it's the moon, in the evening, you can see it from your compound. If it's the food, you can actually, you have it in your house. But you have come out to call friends, to call neighbors, to be together because you can share. When I was in US, I learned one thing about mindset. Never underestimate that small person next to you. I was waiting for a bus to take me to where I stay, public bus. So I kept on waiting 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, and it was very cold. Then there was this man, I think he was from either Latin America or something like that. He kept on saying something which I was not very keen, but I decided to listen to him. And actually, after listening to him, I realized that he was telling me the bus I was waiting stopped at 8:30 p.m. And so I showed him where I was going, and we struggled to understand each other, but he told me of another bus. And he told me he would show me where to get off, which is near to where I stay. And that's how I got to my hotel. And I had a challenge because I didn't have access to internet. So I could not even call an Uber. So if I didn't change my mindset and my attitude towards that person, I don't know how I'd have gotten to my hotel, because I could not call an Uber because I didn't have access, because I didn't have network. But by just changing my mindset and say, well, maybe this man has something to tell me, my problem was solved. So sometimes they say the easiest thing to do is to change the way you see things, to change your perception of things. We are looking at the positives so that we make big steps. There was a story about a dot, and I'm sure most of you must have read about it, a dot on a white piece of paper. And the students were asked to describe what they were seeing. And most of them described the black dot, which was very small, using pages and pages of paper. And the lecturer was surprised that people were not seeing the white spot, which was the whole paper. So sometimes in life, human beings spend a lot of time describing what I would call it, the tiny things, instead of the big picture of things. So I would like to invite Ambassador Kimani Waweru, as I mentioned earlier, to just salamia sisi. You know, in protocol, once the ambassador has spoken, we normally, yeah, so I will invite him. He's been very instrumental, and when we reached out to him, he said he must be here. So we don't take it for granted. I know how you helped us during the COVID season, and most of the parents who are here and worried, they were able to relax. I have a relative who is now in China, almost finishing her studies, courtesy of your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellency, Ambassador of China to Kenya, Excellency Lucy Kiruto, Ambassador, Mheshimiwa Shabil, all guests, alumni, good afternoon, is it good morning? I had not prepared to speak, but it's good the chairman saw it fit to invite me here. I returned back to Kenya in September, 2 months ago, after completion of my duty, my time in China, where I reported in 2018. And I also got lost. The first week I was in Beijing, I thought I should be scanning my environment, you know? Once you go to a new place, it's good to go around and scan the environment where you are. So my apartment was just near the American embassy, those who have been in Beijing. And I thought, let me walk around. You know, Beijing is a jungle of concrete and all that. I moved from my house, and I think I'll be looking at my apartment, which was about 40 stories, so I would go lost. But I can tell you I got lost for 2 to 3 hours. And I had to retrace back my steps to go back to my apartment. And that's the story of another day. My experience in China was a major opener, because when I reported to the embassy, my perception, my thinking of what China or Beijing entails, when I landed in Beijing, it was totally different. And my worldview changed. And I know all those of us who have been in China have a different worldview than our fellow citizens of China. That's why we are actually the ambassadors of China, to create that linkages, as the theme of today's meeting is, to be the good ambassadors. I was in China during the critical time of the COVID. You know, COVID broke up 2020, isn't it? And we had quite a challenging situation, whereby the students, the Kenyan diasporas, we had to ensure that we had leakages. We had to continue communicating with the Chinese embassy in Nairobi and the Chinese authority back in Beijing to ensure our students were well taken care of. And we received a lot of support. There were some students who had come home during Christmas. I think that was in 2019. Quite a number of them were not able to come back because of the restriction, you can recall. But we were able to put some mechanism in place with their universities, and they were able to do the online studies online. And I'm happy to say quite a number of them have been able to graduate online. And the embassy in Beijing has played a critical role in collecting the degrees, the transcripts, and ensuring that they were notarized and sending them to the students. So I think today it's a good day, although I'm not an alumni. I think I'm one of those great ambassadors for China because I know what China entails. And you have heard from His Excellency, the ambassador. Since 1978 to today, what China has been able to achieve and what we as a country can be able to run so that we can also achieve the same. Before I conclude, maybe what I can be able to say, can request, is that we have, through the Chinese embassy, we have an increased number of scholarship for the Kenyan student, particularly in area of engineering, ICT, technical subjects. And that will go a long way. We have quite a number of students in China. Incidentally, our greatest diaspora in China is composed of students. We have over 1,000 plus students currently studying in China. And we believe there's still room to increase that number. There has also been a request from our diaspora, apart from being the student, we have diaspora in China who are doing the teaching jobs. And quite a number of them teach English in Chinese schools. But within the categorization of the English-speaking countries from Africa, Kenya is not ranked among the countries which are proficient in English. And you can agree with me, we are good English speakers. So that is one request which the Kenyan diaspora and even the students who are in China, when I told them I'll be coming for this meeting, told me to pass to Your Excellency, maybe you can see how best it can be addressed, that the Kenyan diasporas, the Kenyan students who can be able to secure employment for teaching jobs in China be given that opportunity. Otherwise, thank you so much. It has been a very great day for me. Next time you call me for this Alumni Day, I'll also join you. And my boss, Rusi Kiruthi, she's my boss. I always be coming with you to join you so that I keep you company. So next time you call us for the Alumni, I'll be here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Waweru. Kimani. Now we are going to go to entertainment. But before we go to entertainment, I wanted to say, Your Excellency, Dr. Joe, I'm also a student of international relations, international studies from Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies. And I can tell you your work, your documentation on Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, as well as your insight when you come to issues, security, and peace have been of great importance. So thank you, sir. I can say that those documents that you publish, they have been very, very helpful, even to myself and some other students. Maybe someone has never told you, but we also get a lot of deep insight from your work. Thank you, sir. So from here, are you ready to be entertained? Hey, people, are you ready to be entertained? Yes. Okay, these entertainers, I mean, I think you can go back. These people are not willing to, I mean, should we? All right then. So we have, here we have with us, we are going to have 2 songs from Discovery Chinese Cultural Center by Teacher Faith there. She was also my teacher, as I said. And after that, we are going to have a speech, and then we are going to have with us a martial art by Kawangware martial artists. So welcome, let us welcome them with a applaud of a clap.
Chungguo 大使馆代表团传特政府领导工商界肯亚华人社区肯亚中国小语化团体成员你们是先生们大家上午好 The Chinese ambassador, embassy delegation, government leaders, business community, Chinese community in Kenya, the entire Kenya-China Alumni Association. Thank you. The entire Kenya-China Alumni Association. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 我们是肯亚中国文化交流中心的学生，今天我们有2个首歌想给你唱，无关于我们的名气。享受。We are students from the Discovery Chinese Cultural Center. Today we have 2 songs to present for you about our dreams. I hope you enjoy.
青涩最大初恋，如小雪落下海。
中国大使馆代表团全体政府领导工商界肯亚华人社区肯亚中国校友会全体成员女士们先生们大家上午好。我先介绍一下，我姓不贵，名字Salim不贵。现在我的水平是3级，我在肯亚中国文化交流学习韩语。首先，感谢你们给我这个机会。对我来说，这个开会对我们的关系越来越好。我去年11月23号开始了学习韩语，我可以说这个是一个很有趣的语言和经验。我还记得开始了的时候什么都不会，但是现在我进步了很多，我口语的水平也提高了很多。我个人觉得中文对我们有很多好处，比如你可以跟中国人交流。还有在肯亚很多中国公司成立了，这样很多肯亚提供了很好的就业机会。我真的希望中国能给我们很多留学的机会。在肯亚很多学生已经开始学习中文，但是大部分的还没有中国奖学金的机会。可是还需要提高他们的口语。我也对去中国非常感兴趣，因为我想成为一名翻译。谢谢大家。In consideration to those who don't understand Chinese, I'd like to repeat it in English. The ambassador, embassy delegation, government leaders, business community, Chinese community in Kenya, Kenya-China Alumni Association, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Salim Bugui. I'm a level 3 student at Discovery Chinese Cultural Center. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to stand before you. I started learning Chinese on 23rd of November 2021. It's been a very interesting journey for me. At first, I could not speak or understand anything, but now I can speak and I understand very well. Yeah. Personally, I think studying Chinese has a lot of advantages, like being able to communicate and understand. Also, a lot of employment opportunities has been created for us, which makes it easier for us who have learned Chinese. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, let us welcome the martial artist. Your Excellency, 我看这个美女，我就发现了她在学习中文只学了1年。那么，我觉得她对这个语言非常有感兴趣。那么，但是她不是一个孔子学院的一个学生，她就是一个另外的学校的学生。那么就要问你一下，如果还有机会，可以给她去中国。或者达到那个奖学金，也可以给他帮忙。谢谢老大。What to martial arts? You're welcome.
你好吗？ Jiao, Kevin Smiu, and that is my level of Chinese language. Okay, I'm the captain of our team, Dagoretti Kung Fu Academy, and I'm glad that you people welcomed us here, and I hope you are enjoying what we are going to show you right now. Relax and enjoy.
That is really interesting. Let us give them a good clap, honestly. Wow. Now, Dr. Henry Rotich, I believe they are martial artists. For yours, I'm yet to believe, because I have seen their performance. Nama, just a minute, Dr. Rotich. 那么我来介绍一下这些功夫人。刚才看到了那些这个表演，他们是从一个叫卡湾过来。这个表演他们是一个自己学的。那么我知道他们这个背景比较差的，很贫穷的一个背景。就是说，如果这里有一些中国商人、投资人，他们可以给他们一点帮忙。就是说，那个训练的设备，包括那些衣服，也可以给他们一点帮忙。所以说，我们的那个Dr. Henry 会有留他们的那个老师的，或者培训练的那个练习的方式。如果会给他们一点帮忙，也可以通过这个老师，以后给他们一点帮忙，包括那个大使馆的那些功夫。到中国研究，包括那些功夫的这些帮忙，好吧，明白吗？好吧，谢谢你们。So right now, okay, you can clap for me. I don't mind. So for the sake of Ambassador Lucy Kirudu and Ambassador Kemani, I was trying to say that the students we have seen here performing martial arts, Kung Fu. It is self-taught by one of our alumni, and to be honest, we were trying to describe their background. They come from Kawangware. It's such a hard background, you understand what I'm saying? And having such kids learn such a skill is not a joke, you understand? Because they come from those slums. So what I was trying to appeal to everybody who might be able to, because when they came here, in fact, it was free of charge for them to show their performance. 他们来这里给我们表演就是免费的。就是我这个意思。So they came here for free to show their skills so that they can be able to connect with us. And for that reason, we were trying to say, should you have any resources, especially training equipment, clothes, anything that can help them, including embassy, a Kung Fu scholarship to China. That is what we were trying to appeal to everybody because I think they can do exemplary good, right? Let us give them the last hand clap. So thank you very much. So right now I'm going to invite Dr. Rotich to go ahead and invite the other speakers so that we are still on time. Karibu Daktari.
You know, the stage was small for me, and I didn't have the right Kung Fu gear. But next time, for sure, I'll do that. But I'm very happy to see the young men and the small girl performing here. And I think that's been said. They came when we mentioned to them that we have this performance and we are trying to make it richer. They said they are willing to come. They didn't ask for even transport. And the background, as mentioned, Kawangware, I think most of you know, there are people living with a lot of challenges, but they put their best to come here. You've seen their attire. I think we can make them better. And they are willing. They love Chinese, and they believe that learning these skills will take them to places, and I'm sure they will. One of them has even attempted to speak Chinese here and could only say one word. So I hope the Confucius Institutes will be able to support them to learn Chinese so that next time they will be able to perform here and maybe say something in Chinese. Congratulations. Yes. They have some items that they are interested if they can get so that when we are celebrating the 60 years of collaboration between Kenya and China, they will be giving us a good performance. I also appreciate the team from Discovery. These are local initiatives, people who want to promote Chinese language in our communities. And let's give them a clap. Yeah. 非常非常感谢，我希望 alumni will do more. I also appreciate the wise words that we've received from our speakers here. And we look forward to really actioning them so that we reap the benefits. I would like to invite our first student to step in the Chinese soil. I think he was the first one to step out of the plane, carrying the students. Of course, they were with other people going on the scholarship. Among the first students to benefit from Kenya-China scholarship. And our very own, who is our treasurer, our little money as alumni, they are very safe. He accounts even up to 50 cents. Karibu. So I'm sure you'll introduce himself.
Sheshe, Chairman. My name is Joseph Maritim. I was the first, among the first 10 lot who went to China. And I want to thank the Chinese government and especially the Chinese ambassadors who have served in Kenya. And I also would like to laud the Kenyan embassy in Beijing. For the sake of Ambassador Lucy and Bwana Kimani, you're doing a good job. You assist the students a lot. And I know since I was in a few kilometers away from the embassy, I know what you do in China. Now, I arrived in China in 1982 at September, and I did not know a word of Chinese. And over a period of 1 year, we learned Chinese in Beijing Yuan Shuyuan for 1 year. After that, I went to Beijing Jiaotong Dashue, where I studied civil engineering to Mugungchen. When I came back to Kenya in 1987 after graduating, there were not many Chinese out in Kenya. There were just a few. So I never really had an opportunity to work with Chinese companies the way there is a lot of companies at the moment, a lot of construction companies and others. But China has influenced a lot of our lives in Kenya, because when I was leaving for China, I was asked, why China? For the sake of those who don't quite understand Chinese, we've been given pens. I would like every one of you to take a pen and paper and write the letters which are written there, Hushang Bangtu, and give it to the nearest Chinese to write also for you, and take it home as a memento for this occasion. Just write and pass it round, please. It would be a good thing. My university, Beijing Jiaotong Dashue, has trained so many Kenyans, especially the ones working on the SGR and other aspects, like Kasarani Stadium was built by the Chinese. And some of those who did that project were from my university. So now, China does not forget you. If you go to China to study, let me tell you, I left China in 1987. I've been back there almost 5-6 times. I've been to my college to celebrate my 20th graduation anniversary, my 30th graduation anniversary, and also the college's 120th anniversary. That means since the college was formed. And let me tell you, in one instance, my ticket has been paid for by the college. In the other instances, I paid myself. And on reaching college, I was received by the president of the college, and I had lunch with them, with a big delegation from the university. I'm challenging you today to go back to any of your universities in Kenya after 5 or 10 years and come back and tell me who received you, whether you are able to go up to the administration block or the dining, and whether you dined with the college administration. So in my visits, I have had the privileges of doing that. So just to tell you that Chinese never forget. They have touched our lives in Kenya, and they continue to touch us. I can ask you, as Honorable Shakir said, the railway line that was built in 1901 by the coolies, the British, and everybody else, is all that we have. Look at what the Chinese have done. They have changed our lives. And they continue to do it. And they are willing to do it. And one thing about Chinese language is that it combines China and makes it a country, a very, very powerful country. Because to really be learned or to be an educated person, you need to understand a language. So most Chinese understand Chinese language. Not very well, but very reasonably well. And because of that, they have united as a people, and they have developed their country to, Xinjiang was not there. Xinjiang is a dream. Today, Xinjiang is coming. And I don't know when it does come, because those days we used to say China was third world when we got there. Today, at that time, they were saying Xinjiang is coming. New China. Now today, if you go there, they are still saying New China is coming. So the day New China comes, I believe China will be on top of the world. So I would like to ask one of my old colleagues, the people who really made our lives in Beijing worthwhile, because 1982 is not 1992, it's not the year 2000, it's a long time ago. That time there was no phones, no mobile phones, no computers, nothing. So we learned how to write the way you are doing it now. You write, pass it on, and then get it back and take it home as a memento. Now, Dr. Malway, are you around? I know I'm ambushing you. Are you here? Dr. Malway? He's not there. Anyway, so I was wishing he was around because I invited him to come, and anyway, it's all right. So with all those few remarks, I want to tell you one or two things about myself. I have, since graduating from China, I have worked in different parts of sections or companies in Kenya. And I worked in one company where we used to cut stones and pave and use it for natural stone, for cladding, for floors and things like that. Now, something about China, I came to realize that all the road pavements, all the walkways are paved in granite. I don't know if those who understand granite, natural stone, the roadside curbs is granite, solid granite. The walkways is solid granite. And then the seats on the roadsides are granite. That is, Beijing and every other big city in China is done that way. Nairobi, we are doing it with concrete. You understand? We're doing it with concrete and really, we have to learn something about China. What they value, they finish it in granite and really beautiful stuff. And that is throughout China. That's what you see. So with those few remarks, I want to wish Your Excellency and the other visitors a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I hope we will continue this being together and interacting with each other. 我知道你们中国公司，我提醒老板，你们多给他们工作，好吗？我自己没有机会跟你们一起工作，因为我自己有一家公司， 我自己有可能30几个员工，所以我自己就是一个小老板。所以我祝你们新年快乐。Thank you very much.
Okay, 谢谢. That was the first student to step in China under the Kenya government scholarship. And he's still a member of the alumni, our treasurer. And as mentioned, he accounts up to even 50 cents. So our money, our membership fee is safe with him. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Afu Han, who is the chairperson of the Kenya-China Economic and Trade Association and the general manager of CRB, representing the general manager of CRB. So let me welcome him. Let's welcome him with a clap. I hope we all know that that association has really had a lot of impact in improving our relationship. Karibu.
尊敬的亨利·罗迪茨主席、周平健大使、各位来宾、同学们，上午好。
Good morning, respected Chairman Dr. Henry Rotich, Ambassador to Kenya, Your Excellency Mr. Zhou Pingjian, and all alumni.
我叫何福汉，是肯尼亚非洲之星铁路运营公司的副总经理。我要分享蒙内铁路属地员工的能力建设的情况。非洲之星铁路运营公司负责肯尼亚蒙内铁路的运营管理和技术支持及技术转移工作。
Afrista is mainly responsible for the operation management, technical support, and the skill transfer of SGR in Kenya.
蒙内铁路是集中国设计、建设、装备和运营管理为一体的中国标准全产业链的项目。自2017年5月31日开通以来，我们以打造国际化的铁路专业运营服务商为目标。截止到昨天，我们已经安全运营了2030天，累计发送旅客900万人次，今年将完成240万人次。我们最高的单日旅客发送突破了1万人。当前，我们正在全力的组织为期1个月的肯尼亚圣诞旅客运输，如同过去中国的春运提前1个月没有票。货运发送我们累计完成了2300万吨，今年将完成630万吨。我们的最高单日开行的货物列车达到了15对。
SGR is a project of Chinese standard from its whole industrial perspective, which integrates Chinese design, construction, equipment, and operation management. Since the operation on 31st May 2017, with a target to build an internationally renowned railway professionals operation service provider, we have achieved a safe operation of 2,030 days at 20th December 2022 and carried over 9 million passengers in total. In 2020, we have carried 2.4 million passengers, and the highest number of passengers carried in a single day exceeded 10,000. At this moment, we are sparing no efforts to organize the passenger transport for the 1 month Christmas season, which is the same case at the Spring Festival transportation in China. The tickets have been sold out 1 month in advance. The freight volume ferried is more than 23 million tons, with 2.3 million tons ferried in 2020. The highest number of freight trains run in a single day is 15 pairs.
5年来，中国政协主席汪洋、习近平主席特使、国务委员王勇、肯尼亚和很多的非洲国家元首多次视察蒙内铁路。蒙内铁路成为中国共建“一带一路”的标杆，赢得了“东非抗疫生命线”的美誉，得到了中肯两国政府、业主和民众的充分信任和高度的认可。
Over the past 5 years, we have welcomed a quite number of visitors to inspect our SGR, like Mr. Wang Yang, chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mr. Wang Yong, special envoy of President Mr. Xi Jinping and State Councilor, President of Kenya and other African countries, just name a few. SGR is a perfect example of China's Belt and Road Cooperation and wins a good reputation of anti-pandemic lifeline in East African regions. It is fully trusted and highly recognized by Government of China, Government of Kenya, property and the public.
5年来，我们建立完善了属地员工的培训管理体系。我们以打造国际知名铁路专业运营服务商为目标，先后制定了属地员工培训管理、技能晋升、技能竞赛等管理办法，大力组织实施中国铁路运营技术标准的属地化，制定了英文版的技术标准99项。 安全应急规章55项，组织编制，并由肯尼亚铁路局发布了肯尼亚铁路技术管理规程、行车组织规程。我们完成编制规章制度作业指导书，培训了5000场次，12万人次，举办5期技能竞赛，1079人次。 取得了中级以上的专业技术资格证书。目前，我们有80%以上的岗位由肯方员工独立顶岗作业，提拔了肯方管理人员579名，包括公司副总经理、部门副经理等中高级管理岗位54人。
Over the past 5 years, we have established and improved our local staff training management system aimed at building an internationally renowned railway professional operation service provider. We introduced a series of regulations on local staff training management, skill advancement, and competition, and so on. Made great efforts to promote the localization of China's railway operation and technical standards. Speaking of technical regulations, we have introduced 99 technical standards, 55 safety emergency response terms, and organized to compile the rules and regulations of train operation for Kenya Railway Technical Management, which has been published by Kenya Railways. Over the past 5 years, we also finished 5,000 rounds of trainings on rules, regulations, and operation instructions, with a total of 120,000 participants trained. We also held skill competition for 5 times, and 1,079 staff obtained the technical qualification certificate of intermediate level or above. At present, over 80% of the positions are independently taken up by our local staff, and 579 local staff were promoted to management positions. including 54 local staff on the middle and senior management positions, such as the company's deputy general manager, deputy manager of the departments.
我们把实作培训作为提升能力的主要手段。我司自筹资金建设了职工培训中心，占地3万平米，配备了占地1000平米的安全警示教育厅、机车司机模拟驾驶中心、供电机辆实训基地1个、多媒体电话教室3个、学员宿舍70间等。其中，安全警示厅展示了近代典型的中国和世界铁路交通事故案例，有7个展厅，涵盖了铁路行车、人身、消防、安全等7方面。我们定期对属地员工进行铁路运营所必须的安全警示教育。我们组织实施以垦培垦，现有垦方骨干教师104名，其中在培训中心6名，专业部门98名。我们组织垦方教员制作了视频76个，教学课件94个。我们开发了支教 APP 的应用平台，组织实施上网学习，组织200多名垦方骨干分4批次到中国的武汉、成都铁路局、高铁培训段、制造工厂进行短期的实习学习。5年来，累计招聘使用当地员工3000余人，现有1200余名合格的专业人员已经移交肯尼亚铁路局。现有中方管理员工是288人，较开通之初的770人已经减少了482人，而同比铁路运量增长了5倍以上。
We also use practical training as the main means of promoting capacity. Our company collected funds on our own to establish a staff training center, which occupies 30,000 square meters and consists of a 1,000 square meters safety education center, a simulating driving center for locomotive drivers, 2 training bases for truck, signaling, locomotive, and rolling stock, 3 multimedia audio-visual classrooms, and 70 dormitories for trainees. Among these facilities, the Safety Education Center demonstrates the typical railway accidents in China and other countries in recent years, and it has 7 exhibition halls covering 7 aspects, including training operation, personal safety, firefighting, flooding prevention, equipment, road traffic, and public security. A regular safety training is also held for our local staff as per the requirement of railway operation. We also engage our local staff to teach their fellow colleagues. Currently, we have 104 mainstay local staff, among whom 6 work in training center and 98 in technical departments. We organized local trainers to film 76 practical video and make 94 PowerPoints teaching materials, developed applications and platforms for staff education, and organized online learning. Now, more than 200 mainstay local staff were organized to Wuhan Railway Bureau, Chengdu Railway Bureau, High-Speed Railway Training Depot, and Maintenance Workshop for short-term study and internship in 4 different batches. Also, over the past 5 years, we have totally recruited and employed more than 3,000 local staff. Among them, 1,200 qualified professional personnel have been handed over to Kenya Railways. We now have 288 expatriates. 482 expatriates have been reduced among the 770 expatriates at the beginning of the operation. The railway transportation volume is actually increased by more than 5 times on a year-on-year basis.
我们借力中国，自2016年开始，由中国路桥资助分2批，选派了196名肯尼亚优秀的高中生留学北京交通大学，学习机车车辆、铁道工程、铁道信号及铁路运输专业。目前，除了少数继续研究生学习的人之外，大部分已经完成本科学业，返回肯尼亚。肯尼亚铁路局安排在我司实习运营管理。运营初期，我们从中国国内引进中国国内6所铁路职业技术学院，包括锦州、宝鸡、武汉、西安、昆明、株洲等中国铁道职业技术学院，在肯开设了为期半年的初级培训班，培训了3700多人次。自疫情以来，公司组织了北京交通大学、西南交通大学，完成了3期128名的肯方骨干网络培训，中国高校弥补了我司能力建设的短板。
We also get support from Chinese colleagues and universities. Since 2016, sponsored by China Road and Bridge Corporation, 2 batches of 196 Kenya excellent senior high school students have been assigned to study in China in different universities like Beijing Jiaotong University on professions such as locomotive, rolling stock, railway management, and transport management. Currently, except a few of them still continue the study of postgraduate. Most of them have finished their undergraduate studies and returned to Kenya. They are currently doing an internship in Afristar as per the arrangement of Kenya Railways. During the beginning of operation, we cooperated with 6 Chinese railway vocational technical institutes, including the Vocational Technical Institutes of Dingzhou, Baoji, Wuhan, Xi'an, Kunming, and Zhuzhou to introduce a primary level training classes for 6 months and trained over 3,700 persons. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, we also coordinated Beijing Jiaotong University and Southwest Jiaotong University to finish the online training for 128 mainstay local staff in 3 different terms. Chinese colleagues and universities made up the weakness of our capacity building for the company.
我分享2点体会。
And I'd like to share my 2 observations.
一是铁路安全文化的培育需要坚持不懈。蒙内铁路客车运行速度120公里，货运列车的速度是80公里，牵引重量达到4000吨，365天24小时连续不间断的运转，不仅要健全的属地化的管理制度，更需要严格的铁路安全管理为前提。但包括管理者在内的属地员工普遍缺乏认识，促进他们接受实施严格的安全管理是未来培训的关键课题。
The first is that the training on railway safety conventions requires persistence. Our passenger train runs at 120 kilometers per hour and freight train at 80 kilometers per hour with a traction weight of 4,000 tons, and the train has a nature of operating 24 hours a day, 24 hours daily in 365 days a year without stop. It not only requires complete localization management system, but also requires the strict railway safety management as the premises. However, some local staff have a lack of weakness on this. The key position for training in the future is to promote the acceptance on the implementation of strict safety management.
二是属地员工的能力建设要以实作为主，不可照搬中国员工的培训方式。中肯员工的思维方式、学习方式存在着差异，由此，属地员工能力建设需要结合海外的实际，把有关作业指导书或作业程序要细化完善，更多的要以实作为主，加大实作培训的力度，强化属地员工的实际操作能力。
Second, the capacity building for our local staff should focus on practice. The way to train Chinese staff can't be copied to our local staff as they have different ways of thinking and study. Therefore, local staff capacity building should align with the overseas situation, improve the relevant operation manual and procedures in details, focus more on practice and increase practical training intensity to enhance the operative capabilities of our local staff.
Thanks everyone. Welcome ALUMNI in SGR and by SGR passenger trains. And hope everyone Happy New Year and Christmas happiness. Thank you.
Information is power. Now you know that there are a number of Kenyans who have been trained under the support of the SGR program, and most of them are back working at SGR. And I'm happy to say that a number of them are actually members of the alumni. Most of us, or some of you, might have used SGR, and you've seen the quality of service that you get when you are there. The other day I was talking with a friend, and I was like, oh, maybe we need to have what we call, I would call it tourism meetings. I mean, whereby institutions, instead of having meetings in their offices, they can actually have it in one of the SGR wagons designed for meetings. So you're having tourism, you're seeing the lions and the wild animals as you travel to Mombasa. So there's still a lot of opportunities to tap from there. I think capacity building is very key. Most of those who have been trained, they are now able to work from here. I would like to invite our next speaker for this session, Mr. William Jowu, and as you know, is the chairman of the Kenya Chinese Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure he will tell us the billions that are getting into our economy. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Zhou Pingjian, Chinese Ambassador to Kenya, Honorable Shakir, Shabir, MP Kisumu East, and our Chinese old friend, Dr. Rutich Henry, the chairman for Alumni Association, all the distinguished guests and alumni members, also have a Chinese community in Kenya here. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's my very great pleasure to join you all here for the December meeting to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Chinese Scholarship for Kenya. My name is William Zhuo, not Zhou, my Chinese name is Zhuo. Yes, I'm the chairperson for Kenya Chinese Chamber of Commerce. First, it's my honor to address this very important celebration of Kenya-China Alumni Association. As the Kenya Chinese Chamber of Commerce, we thank the alumni for the important role you have continued to play in the promotion, the friendship and cooperation between our two countries. Indeed, we are really very proud of you. Second, as the chairman of the Kenya Chinese Chamber of Commerce, allow me to introduce my organization. We are the non-governmental organization seeking to bring together both the Chinese and Kenya business communities together to promote the friendship and cooperation between our two countries. More specifically, we focus on strengthening our business communities, facilitate the business cooperation, increase trade, and encourage more investment in Kenya to increase the local employment. Third, as an organization, we believe that the alumni has studied and lived in China. You have a very important role to play in the promotion, the friendship and cooperation between the two countries also. We believe that your experience in China puts you in a better place to become the ambassadors of our two great nations. I'm very sure that while you were in China, you did not only sit in a class and listen to the academic lectures only, but you also engaged in other activities to learn about China and Chinese society and our values. Likewise, I'm also very sure that you educated Chinese people about your Kenya culture and values. Some of you can speak good Chinese even better than me. Some of you even got a business partner in China, and some of you even work for the Chinese companies. But still, some of you even marry Chinese wives or husbands. So all these experiences are very important for the Kenya-China friendship. We want you to continue to bridge the gap between the two nations. We believe that you are the equal to the task. And just now, I also heard about some of our Kenya brothers said they got lost in China, but not only you, even me myself. When I go to China, go my home, sometimes I got lost also. I bought a house in Beijing City, Shijingshan district. Sometimes, if without my family guide, I really get lost also. Okay, for those few remarks, I really thank you very much. At last, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you. Asante sana, 谢谢.
I think there's an opportunity to write a very nice book, Getting Lost in China. Experiences. So if you have an experience, please share with me so that we do a nice book. As I welcome Faith from KICD, and you remember they are the ones who are developing the program for Chinese language in Kenyan schools. So she comes in towards the end because it's very important. I would like to salute all the members who are here from Chinese Women Association. Maybe you can stand so that we can see you. If you are here. Good. Why am I saying that? Because we are very proud of what you are doing. And those of us who are in China are also very proud of what you are doing. When I went to China, it was my first time to see a lady driving a big bus. And I was a bit nervous. But when I came back, I now saw many Kenyan women also driving buses. So we appreciate your contribution. Thank you. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Joe, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Ahmed Shakil, MP Kisumu East, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Belinda Nyambuki, and I am the Senior Curriculum Development Officer in charge of Mandarin Chinese at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. What I do is that I oversee all processes and matters that have to do with the Chinese curriculum and Chinese curriculum support materials in the Institute and basically in basic education in Kenya. I'm also here on behalf of my director, Professor Charles Ongondo, who passes his warmest regards during this joyous occasion. Let me begin by saying I am very glad to be here as an alumni of the University of Nairobi Confucius Institute, and I'm also a beneficiary of Chinese scholarships through Tianjin Normal University. And this forum is indeed an indication of what the impact of the Chinese scholarship has on its alumni. And therefore, it is a great honor and pleasure to be here with us to celebrate the role of alumni as a bridge for the Kenya-China relations. Let me talk a little bit about KICD and where we come in as partners and stakeholders and as alumni. KICD is an agency of the Ministry of Education that was established by the government of Kenya, and our mandate is informed by KICD Act number 4 of 2013. What we are is the National Curriculum and Development Center, and our core mandate is to evaluate, vet, and approve curricula and curricular support materials for both basic and tertiary education, as well as offering curriculum-based consultancy services in basic and tertiary education and training. And therefore, we welcome you to collaborate with us and engage with us on such areas. Our vision is to have a skilled and ethical society by providing curricula and curriculum support materials through research and engagement to nurture every learner's potential through sustainable development. And today we have been able to see talents being nurtured from the Kung Fu Academy, as well as the speeches from the institute where one of our alumni is teaching. So to this end, allow me to highlight to you some of the milestones that we've made as KICD in terms of Mandarin Chinese. We've been able to develop Chinese curriculum designs for upper primary school, which is grade 4, 5, and 6, and also junior secondary school, grade 7, 8, and 9. We've also been able to develop handbooks, Mandarin teacher handbooks, to enable our teachers to be able to teach the same in the schools. And we've been able to develop curriculum designs for teacher training colleges, that is Diploma in Early Childhood Education, DECTE, Diploma in Primary Teacher Education, DPTE, which replaces P1, as well as Diploma in Secondary Teacher Education, DSTE. Chinese, being a new language in the competency-based curriculum, calls for us as an alumni to pull our efforts together and collaborate to give visibility to the language and to allow the language to grow. So in alluding to all the speakers that have been speaking today, allow me to reiterate that there are very numerous opportunities where the alumni can mutually collaborate and partner with KICD. We have the piloting of Mandarin in primary schools, which is yet to be rolled out. We have the building of capacity of teachers of the language, which the chairman has alluded to, where they encourage our alumni to go through TSC to be able to be teachers of the language. There is the authoring of learning materials, and this includes course books and supplementary books. We have an opportunity to collaborate in terms of recording of programs for the Kenya Education Cloud for ease of access to learners around the country, adaptation of the curriculum design to special needs education because our education needs to be inclusive, digitization of the content, both audio and visual, and as well as promotion of Chinese language on various platforms. And today's event is an excellent example of such synergies. Because I was told to make this speech short, I want to be thankful to the Embassy of China for the continuous support through the provision of Chinese scholarship. And I also thank the organizers of this forum for bringing various partners, stakeholders to come and deliberate and see how we can work together. As we have, it has been mentioned over and over through this forum, we can only go further when we work together. Indeed, we see that the alumni is key in fostering the relationships and friendship and cooperation between Kenya and China. Thank you very much, and have a lovely time during the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of opportunities there for the alumni and also the Chinese community. I would like to request representatives from Chinese business community and companies who are represented here. Just stand up, please. Business community, Chinese companies, representatives who are here. Let's clap for them. Good. We're very proud of you for opportunities that you offer to our alumni. And a number of them, they are saying now, they are not working for Chinese. They are now working with Chinese, meaning they are doing what we are calling it here, Wushang Bangju, tapping into their skills to manage, to run programs within those companies. Thank you very much. So because of time, you know, this collaboration is so big that it's very difficult to squeeze in a limited time. So we are running it short, and I think Mheshimiwa has mentioned that he is willing to invite us to a Nyama Choma where we have no limitation of time. And we look forward to that time. Are you looking forward? Are you looking forward? The Chinese business community, are you looking forward? The alumni, are you looking forward? The Chinese companies, are you looking forward? What an enjoyment having, sitting under the moon and enjoying Nyama Choma as we discuss further collaboration and how we can work together. So today we are celebrating 40 years. 40 years. They say life begins at 40, isn't it? So I think the life has begun now. I'm seeing Santana has something to say, and she wants to whisper something to me. Come over, please. Yes. So, Wushang Bangju, how does that explain the relationship? Is it a servant-master relationship? Good. So when we are talking about Wushang Bangju, it means we are helping each other as brothers, sisters, friends, and partners. Isn't that so? Yes. So that's our view of this relationship, that we are equal partners working together. Thank you. I would like to invite the team. I would like to invite the team to set up the stage for the next session, which will be quite interesting. Yes. So can you set up the stage, please? I think this one needs to go, and then we have some chairs. Then we would like to invite also the panelists who will be there. I think you can guide them who will be on the panel.
So good afternoon once again. We are coming to the end of our program today, and we just have, before we get to our meals, they have arranged for us really nice meals. But before we get there, we have got a 20-minute interactive session by people who are relevant. And after that 20 minutes, we are going to say a prayer, and then we proceed direct to taking our meals. I know we had recognized the presence of teachers. Okay. All right, I know you had recognized the presence of teachers as we organize the stage, but I think I have seen Wanjiko Mbogwa just wave, just stand up, say hi. I think Wanjiko is a senior lecturer at United States International University, USIU, and she had requested to be late a little bit, but she is here with us. So for that reason, are you still patient enough? Just stand up for 1 more minute. Just stand up, stretch again. DJ, before we organize the stage, do your thing, do your thing. Emphasizing on this networking thing, and I think, all right, did you say hi to 1 more person as we close the session? All right then. So Santana, back to you.
I'll sit down. So I'll just do a brief introduction from this, this dais. My name is Santana Muthoni, an ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Kenya, Dr. Zhou Pingjian, Chinese diplomats in the room, Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, Member of Parliament for Kisumu East. The Ambassador Lucy Giroth have just left, but we had the Ministry of Foreign Affairs represented. We also have James Kibori from, I think he's also left from the Ministry of Education. We have, members of the Chinese business community, and really appreciate your presence here. Fellow alumni, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. So I won't take so much of your time at this point. Just to, set the tone. I'm also an alumna of, Peking University, where I studied Guoji Guanshi International Relations, and I'm really excited to be hosting this panel to discuss pertinent issues that relate to, the China-Kenya relations, and I hope this will also give us context on the future of our partnerships. So at this point, I will invite my fellow panelists. We have Mr. Gao Wei. He is the chairman of the Kenya Overseas Chinese Association. Please make yourself comfortable. We also have Mr. Liu Chenghui. He's the Deputy General Manager at the China Road and Bridge Corporation. We have Harriet Kariuki, Ms. Harriet Kariuki, co-founder of the Average Job Network. And she's also my Tongshui man. We also have Dr. Henry Rotich, who's the chairman of the Kenya-China Alumni Association. We also have Mr. Norbert Njoroge, who is the vice chairman of the Kenya-China Alumni Association. And we have with us Kennedy Moremi, who, was the trainer of the team that we saw giving an exemplary performance. So welcome them with a round of applause, and We'll be started in a bit. Thank you. Right. Just sit here. So how are you feeling? Well, I'm sure you're a bit hungry, and I won't take so much of your time as I said. So I want to set the tone. I think we can start with, a first question. We are about 5 alumni on this panel. So we have moved to China. We moved there to study, and now we are back and work in different capacities on Kenya-China relations. So I'd want to ask, Chinese government scholarships awarded to African students have kept increasing over the years. We're celebrating 40 years as it is today. And between 2016 and 2018, the number of African students in China increased from nearly 40,000 to 60,000 students. So what has been the direct impact of these academic exchanges on Kenya as a country? And how can Kenyan students be better supported while studying in China? I think we all have lived experiences, so feel free.
Thank you very much for a very important question. Today we are celebrating 40 years of having the Chinese Kenya government scholarships, and the numbers, as mentioned, has really grown. I remember in one of the presentations today, we are told that there are more than 1,000 students who are on a scholarship in China. Just before COVID, we had the president scholarships, where we had 100 students who were given scholarships to go and do masters and PhD in China. The main role of this is to actually build capacity. I would call it myself giving the wings to fly, because these scholarships benefit Kenyans from all walks of life. Those academically good students from disadvantaged backgrounds, they benefit from these scholarships. And this gives them an opportunity to pursue higher education in China. Now, what is the impact of this? One of the things that we talk about in education is opening the horizon. When you get a scholarship and you go to China to study, beside the academic knowledge that you are getting, you are also seeing how people do things differently. And when you come back, you can actually implement some of that. We've seen a growth in Kenya-China business interactions, and there are opportunities to tap. I believe that one reason one goes to China is to get the skills so that when they come back, they become job creators, because they can set up a small business which can grow. The government of Kenya focuses on promoting the SMEs so that they grow. And I know the Chinese companies which are here, they have opportunities for mentorship, training, capacity building. So when these alumni come back, they can contribute positively to our economy through setting up businesses, through also working and being able to influence policy and promote the relationship between the Chinese companies here through CSR activities. Thank you.
In addition to that, from my personal experience, one thing I liked about being in China is whenever there are people on the streets asking for help, it was never with an open hand. They had a screwdriver, a spanner, and this shows that even at the lowest level, they have a culture of entrepreneurship and fixing problems. So even as the alumni, the people who have been sponsored to go to China, our minds were transformed in such that we became problem solvers and not always the people who are seeking for jobs, seeking for help, but we learned a culture of value addition. If you add value wherever you go, you are going to be well compensated and you'll be appreciated in that company. Another benefit of the scholarships has been technological transfer. We have been given an example by the CRBC Deputy General Manager, whereby we have a growth in the number of people who are trained on how to run the SGR. Those people went to study 4 years ago, and right now if you go to SGR, the people driving the trains are no longer Chinese, they are Kenyans. So there's a continuous transfer of knowledge, and in maybe 50 years to come, all the engineers that are in our fields and in different places will be local. So I think that's a transformative area of Chinese education, in that it empowers you, teaches you to be independent, and once you have acquired the skill, they let you now play it out on your own. Thank you.
Okay. My fellow panelists have mentioned great points, but one of the things that I think is a gap that we could potentially tap into, because we are in a conversation of what can we do, right? We've talked about how there's 60,000 students, meaning that those are incredible job creators, and we have a market in both China but also in the continent, in the billions, right, in terms of the users. I think one of the missing gaps there is capital, specifically when it comes to investing in SMEs, investing in startups. And I know a lot of China, Kenya, and China Africa investment has been government to government. So there's a huge opportunity, whether that's high net worth individuals in China or corporate venture capital, that can be pooled in a fund that then can be disseminated in small checks. It can be $100,000 or in the pre-seed or seed round, and that can be leveraged given that there's a lot of technology that we can look into, specifically when you think about Alibaba, which I'm very much aware of in terms of their own programs. They have an e-founder program, e-fellowship program in Africa and Southeast Asia, and the goal is to get people to understand the business model, how to build e-commerce platforms. But beyond that, capital is where we fall short, and there's an opportunity for the Chinese space, especially when it comes to investing in businesses that can grow. And at the end of the day, we're talking about win-win. When you have an organization or a business that is growing, employing more people, the next thing is exiting, right? There's an opportunity for mergers and acquisition of businesses, thinking of growing into Africa. There's no need of building a business again. There's no need of, trying to figure out how to localize when you have, Chinese alumni who have studied there and worked there, gotten money and investment, built a business for 5 years, that has grown across East Africa and potentially across most of the sub-Saharan Africa, and then you're an Alibaba that is acquiring such businesses. We have seen similarly like Alibaba acquiring Lazada in Southeast Asia, so there's opportunity for us in the Chinese alumni students or people who have gone there to copy models, see models that have worked, come here, build them. Then we have an opportunity for investment that can now be used to ensure that we're scaling those businesses. And with an exit opportunity into seeing some of these Chinese businesses merge and acquire some of these organizations across Africa. So that's where I feel like we have an opportunity to really grow our influence and this China-Africa collaboration.
Thank you so much for sharing those sentiments. And I will, pass the following question to, Mr. Galway and Mr. Lee Cheng-hui. So in the capacities that you have, you've worked with Kenyan alumni, students who studied in China. And I'd also just want to, for you to share with us, what qualities do you value the most when you're hiring, Kenyan alumni who've studied in China? And do you have any suggestions for our career development, especially when we return to China or even while we're spending our time in China?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here in this very, very important session to join the alumni to celebrate this 40 years anniversary. Okay, so now respond to our moderator. There's a question. Personally, I have been operating in this country for the last 15 years. I came here in 2004, and I have company. I just from my personal experience. So now the quality, I think, if we talk about the student who has studied in China and come back here. Now, as an employer, and first of all, the quality of the the employee is very important. The professional, professionalism and also the skill is very important. This come to first. And secondly is we look at this communication because I believe, as a student studied in China, and now when come here, they are able to speak Chinese language and also to know the Chinese customs and has a better way to communicate with Chinese management. So now in this way, it play a very important role, like how should I say, lubricant. Yeah. So now with this, this position could be very, very important. Yeah, because it's connecting the local culture and the Chinese culture, and to make a better understanding for the Chinese management about the local employees, and also the local employees can easier understand what the Chinese management want to, pass it to them. So now I think that is also a very important role for the, how should I say, if we hiring or who have the student who has been to China, and that is my position. Yeah.
My name is Liu Hui. I'm working in the CRBC. Today, when I inside the gates, I will see, the bridge. The better is Kenya and China friendship. In my, my phone number list, I have a lot of the number is belong to the, the Los ambassador. For the quality, to the, for my opinion, I think it's for the hardworking, integrity and loyalty. During the construction of the SGR, each year I have 20, the 20 employee will be sent by, we cooperate with the China embassy. These 20 people will be get the study and the training in China. When even we have the 50 employee is be given a good position for team leader. This like the is calculated 20 70 people. He is when he back, he's like is shown the power to working with our Chinese team to boost all the management, the plans, and to finish our SGR project. For advice, the student is return back from the China. We're thinking, like the student is studying in the China, 1 year he's just learned the Chinese language. Second years is just begin to about the technology. But for my opinion, I think if the students come back come back to Kenya, I think he needs transfer about the what he learned, the knowledge into the practice. Another one is for as we know, practice is make the perfect. Only by coordinating the school knowledge with the field experience can become the excellent engineer. Secondly, they should keep learning new technology to adapt themselves to the new field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu Chenghui. My next question is posed to, the man sitting to my left, the star of the Kung Fu group. So as a cultural performer of Chinese dance stroke martial arts, what has your experience been like since you acquired the skills? And what impact has this had on your everyday life?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity.
and this platform which have been given, me and my team. We thank you all. Thank you for the question. I would like to answer in a very simple way. I want to thank you for this opportunity to first of all explain that after achieving the scale, one, I had different experiences. I have been able to network within my city, within schools, companies, and individuals. Two, I have been able to connect with different media like Connect app, How News, News, VOA News, just to showcase my skills. Number three, through this skill, I have been able to find a teacher of Chinese language, which I have currently started running. Importance. This skill has impacted my life through social development. The skill has also been my source of income. The skill has also developed my fame in this city, whereby I have been known by different government officials too. I have heard that like everyone has got lost in China, and it's our desire to got lost also too. Me and my team. And because we are talking about Vanda, we are talking about scholarship in most cases, we would like to request if we can be given chance, that is technical support, to learn and advance in China. And also we would like to ask for equipment, whereby we can be given support for equipment which we can use, like uniforms and shoes like this one. You can see my people are not having shoes to use. So I would like to thank you all for this chance. Also, we would like to be given more chances to perform and showcase our talent. Thank you for this platform.
And to my last question, so any of you from the panel can address it. What should Kenyan universities invest in to produce sound research on China? We're all here because we are, for most Kenyan alumni, we are beneficiaries of Chinese government scholarships. And it's important that, our own, even universities here, are able to produce sound research. So what do you think is the gap, and how can Kenyan universities really step up?
Maybe the first thing that I think we can do to improve our research on China is by citations. As an academic, I find it weird that people will talk about a certain field in technology, and China being the most advanced technologically in the recent past, you don't quote researchers from China. We have so many people. I remember when we were studying, our lecturers were around 25 years old and they had PhDs. To have a PhD, you must have written something. So as examples, as alumni, wherever you're doing your research, whatever field you are in, ensure that when you're quoting, you quote a researcher from China. That leads to more research into that area. You also encourage the writer. And for example, in my field of interpretation and translation, I ensured that my dissertation was in the Chinese language, and that the people that I referenced to are from China. Increased citations, even in the speeches we had today. I love that out of maybe 20 speeches, all the writers that were quoted were Chinese or African. That's a step in the right direction, because in the past we have had so many people being given opportunities as an academic to speak, but we are not quoting the most recent developments. We keep on quoting people who did their research 40 years ago, and yet we have Chinese research coming out every day. Actually, I think academically, globally, they are the first or the second in producing research in the technological field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for myself, I'm happy that we have representation from the Ministry of Education. And I think one area is collaboration. I hope, and I'm sure, a number of our universities are collaborating with China. I know Jomo Kenyatta University are doing it. I know even University of Nairobi is doing it. There's a lot of collaboration, especially in the learning of Chinese language. But we have a rich field for research. When you look at, we still have very natural environment, grasslands, forest, rivers, all this, mining. It's possible that we have collaboration between our academicians and also the Chinese universities, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Kenya Academy of Sciences, so that we have these scientists working together. That way, the findings can be published jointly. And I think that's a policy issue that can be pursued maybe through our Ministry of Education. And the other thing is our students who go to study in China. When you are doing research, is it possible that you pick a topic that solves the problem here in Kenya? That's something I've always asked the students to do. If there's a social problem that you are researching on, can you do a research whereby your publication will be the source of a solution to the problem here at home? That way, we will be having many publications which are jointly done with the Chinese. And I think the other thing that we also urge is maybe availability of these publications that have been done in China, so that researchers in Kenya can be able to refer to them as they prepare their research proposals and then the citations on this. Thank you.
My panelists have said incredible things, especially when it comes to curating research. I think the other thing that, again, we are missing out is how to use that research. One of the things that I would like to quote, Harvard is known for its Fairbank Center, which is like one of the largest investments when it comes to China research in the US. And a lot of the research that they use that the students come up with, undergraduate, master's, and grad school, goes to policy making. So I remember when China was opening up, the person who was actually supporting the US president in terms of identifying opportunities was actually a professor in the Fairbank Center. And that tells us that there's an importance with education centers when it comes to crafting relationships, especially when it comes in a governmental level. And this is really something that we're missing out on in the ecosystem when it comes to the education and the higher learning, where research is being done, but it's just being put behind closed doors. There's an opportunity, I know, especially within the ministry, for instance, when you're coming up with policy documents on how to work with China, it's a great opportunity for us to leverage research that is already being done and cited by the students. I can also see Huawei working with Safaricom, for instance, when it comes to 5G. That's also a good opportunity for students in JKUAT to be involved when it comes to identifying areas of opportunities when it comes to whether it's the Internet of Things and other different things in the emerging technology. So what I'm trying to say here is that sometimes we tend to think that things are not getting done. I think things are not getting used, and that's an opportunity for us to really tap into students like ourselves who have an understanding of China, writing a lot of publications, but beyond that, are this research being used behind private institutions, also public institutions when it comes to crafting this relationship? Additionally, one of the things that we also miss out when it comes to research is understanding some of these parallels. I think the ambassador talked about how things like we're addressing manufacturing, things like green, going green, these are things that China has been doing over the last 40 plus years. So it's really not about reinventing the wheel anymore. It's about looking at history, right? It's like, what did China do? And a great case study is Shenzhen, which is always cited as that fishing village that turned into this Silicon Valley for hardware. And it's amazing how there's a lot of records in China about their own growth and publications. And there's a lot of 3,000 years of history that is still very much relevant for their own policymakers. So this is also an opportunity for us to also be very much cognizant of how history can also shape when it comes to how we look at the future, and additionally how we also are able to relate with each other. So given, I think granted, one of the things we need to act as an alumni network is to actually put together a lot of publication and research, approach private sector, whether that's our fellow Chinese businesses that are looking into expanding across Kenya or across Africa. They need people like us who have a deep understanding of this market, right? Similarly, when it comes to other public engagement in terms of policy setting, we know so much about the history of Kenya and the history of Africa and have a parallel understanding of that history of China, so we are able to really offer value. So there's also a very good opportunity for us to be those think tank or the thought leaders within the space and work with other different stakeholders to really curate a path forward. And yeah, I'm very much excited to be part of this community that can actually shape the future of China-Africa, China-Kenya relationship.
Yeah, maybe in addition, I know when we are applying for scholarships, there's a section where you write your proposal. So I would like to urge those who really want to go to study in China to think about a research area which will go our long way to solve the problems here at home. When you are there, is it possible that you can also bring your professor to work with you on a project here at home to address some of the challenges which are there? I know one project on malaria which was done by professors from China. So this was a problem which was here, and the research was aimed at solving a problem. So I believe that if the focus is in that direction, we'll be able to really have a lot of collaborative research work happening here in this country, between the two countries' scientists. Thank you. Also, publications. Is it possible to develop a channel specifically focusing on research in Africa, in Kenya, so that it is easily accessible, people can go through it and get the findings, and also look at what they can do with the findings that are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being a great audience. In the interest of time, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. So if you could give a round of applause to my panelists, thank you so much. I'd like to invite Dr. Jo Ping-jen, the ambassador, and your team. Yeah, if you can please come to the front, we'd like to take a picture.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm the bearer of good news. We are done. And there's food. So I wanted to do this very fast, Your Excellency. Dr. Jo Ping-jen, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Your Excellency, Honorable Hamed Shakil, thank you, even for speaking our language in Parliament. Thank you so much, Engineer John Maritim. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Hafuhan. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Gawei. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Mr. Liu Chenghui. Thank you so much for coming. Harriet Karaoke, that was good. I think, Daktari, we need more sessions with her. Of course, Dr. Henry Rotich, our chairman. Thank you so much. Norbert, our vice chair. Thank you so much. Kennedy Moremi. You will go places, and I'm sure with the permission from His Excellency, you will get lost in China. Thank you so much. I'm trying to find the names. Forgive me. Mr. James Kiburi, standing for Darius Mogaka. Thank you so much for coming. I'm the secretary to the alumni, and I wanted to thank everyone. But before I go on, my beautiful dearest wife came to see me. Dr. Caroline, please stand and wave. Thank you very much. Also, I wanted to thank the camera crew. Thank you so much for the good job. The alumni, we cannot be here without you. Thank you so much. We also wanted to thank even the hotel management. And as I say that, please, Your Excellency, please join us as we take photos. Honorable Ahmed Shakil, please come. Mr. Gawei, please. William Joe, please come be with us. Mr. Liu Chenghui, please come. We take photos. Harriet, please come. Kennedy, please come. Norbert, Mr. Liu Chenghui, please, let's come and take photos. And also the alumni, the committee, please, let's come and take photos. I think the best will be down here. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, please, Your Excellency, please, we would like to thank you with a gift, and I would ask our chairman, please, to hand over the gift to him. The next gift will be given to Mr. James Giburi on behalf of Mr. Darius Mogaka. Thank you. Our chairman, please, let's gift him. The third gift will be to Hon Ahmed Shakil. Thank you. The fourth one will be to Mr. Fuhan. Thank you very much. The fifth one will be for Mr. Liu Chenghui. The sixth one will be for Mr. William Joe. The seventh is for Mr. Gawei. Mr. Gawei. Last but not least, for Mr. Kennedy Morimi. Lastly, but not least, would love to ask our guests to kindly stand up here so that the rest of the team, especially the alumni, please join us as we take the final photo. And then from there, yes. And then from there, Chifanchu, Hoba, we go eat, okay? And by the way, the food is a lot, so let's eat a lot. And then on behalf of the alumni, Nathan Kimani here, thank you for honoring us. We, after eating, we can live at pleasure. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
So, hello everyone. Shh. So, if you look outside, I'm sure you're already smelling the food. So you can have lunch. So it's a working lunch. You can choose to get your food and come back inside, or eat it from the cocktail tables outside. So feel free and enjoy. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance.